Alright, we are going to go ahead and get started here. We are back with Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail. We're going to be going through patch 7.2 and try to do as much of the new content that is available as of today. Today is the launch day of the patch 7.3, the promise of tomorrow. So this patch, the current content, will conclude the actual Dawntrail story, which means the next expansion, or the next patch I should say, which will be probably in December or January, will begin the story that will lead up to the next expansion. So if you tuned in previously, we played through 7.1, so unfortunately we're not doing 7.3, at least not the start of the stream. We're going to be going through 7.2, which was the previous expansion, which I forget the name. I'm trying to find that right now. But it was 7.2. What was it called? 7.2 Seekers of Eternity. So we're going to be going through that. 10-second delay. Yeah, that's pretty normal, I would say, for YouTube. Let me make sure that it's not, yeah, that's pretty much how it's always been. I think it's more like a 7-second delay. But anyway, we're going to go ahead and get started here. I'm going to turn the audio back up. Go with that. Alright, we're going to begin the starting quest. It picks up from where we left off on Saturday. A glimmer of the past. What do you guys think? Have you guys been playing Final Fantasy XIV, or did you play it once upon a time, or you never played it? I've been testing Threadripper, by the way, so I'm working on a video for it. I went back and I did all the benchmarks, all the productivity benchmarks from the previous Threadripper CPU review that I did 2 years ago. Back in 2023, so I've already done all the data testing for this CPU for that, and I'm trying to think what else should I test, which will be new benchmarks for those that have asked me. I know there's, I think Stockfish was one of them that was requested. There's another one that I saw somebody list. I need to go back and look through my notes. But we'll see. You know, we may just skip through a lot of these non-voice dialogue cutscenes, because it's really the ones that are voiced which have the most impact. So they're talking about the strange return of Queen Sphene, which is very mysterious. Oh, I need to check. Okay, I guess my microphone audio is normal. It depends on if those benchmarks are free. If those are free benchmarks, I can probably see if I can do them. But if they're not free, I'm not going to do them. Okay. Hold on. Let me take a note of some of this stuff. The non-commercial versions of them? What are those applications? I know Stockfish is a chest engine. Hmm?
What is she doing here? We just heard she was busy spreading talk of becoming endless among the Alexandrians. What's going on here?
She is not who you think she is. Not the Queen of Reason, who has made a miraculous return, but an individual of flesh and blood.
What did that entail? An epidural? That sounds painful. I don't know anything about that. I mean, I have herniated disc problems, but I've never had anything done surgically.
Her body was suffused with lightning ether, which caused a debilitating paralysis. Ishtola reached out and informed me of her condition, and I came with epoxy as fast as I could. We're now waiting to see if the treatment was effective.
Oh, injection?
Judging by her appearance, the circumstances of our encounter, and her extreme ethereal aspect, I am all but certain that she is the one from whom the Endless Sphere was created. The original Queen Sphere of Alexandria.
Which disc was it?
What? But how can that be possible? The real Sphere died of illness 4 centuries ago.
I died. Whatever do you mean? I am not dead. I'm not.
She's like, I'm not dead. I don't need an epidural.
What is
Not yet.
this place? Where is everyone? Otis and Zelenia. And who are you people?
Who are you people?
Calm down. We mean you no harm.
Lost Soul Aside, I don't know yet.
And it wouldn't do to strain yourself.
I've seen a few videos on it.
Please, help me. I don't understand any of this.
Of course. But if I might confirm some things first. You are Queen Sphere of Alexandria.
Oh, C4 is C4 C5 is in the neck?
Yes. Yes.
Is that the middle back or is that the neck?
And ere you awoke here, you were in another unfamiliar place. Is that correct?
I opened my eyes and saw a strange dark room. Outside there were towering buildings, clad in electrobe.
You slumbered at the heart of that city for many years, within a facility called the Meso Terminal.
That sounds...
Many things have come
That
to
sounds
pass
scary.
during that time.
Anytime they gotta get in there and like
Some of which you may
remove
find
part of it,
upsetting.
part of the disc got
Are you
removed.
sure you wish to learn of them?
In that dark room, there was an electric casket designed to preserve its occupant in cold stasis. Until the terminal and its systems were recently shut down. That was where you were kept, in all likelihood. Since the time of the
I should
Ocean
apply for med school.
for 4 centuries.
What?
Well, I still need to fix, so I still have a problem with my, I think it's the sciatic nerve on the left foot, or on the left leg, because my large toe on my left foot, there's loss of sensation when standing up. like when I press down on the floor with my large
Our
toe.
records say that Queen's
I'm
fiends
pretty sure it's the
encountered
sciatic
rampant
nerve.
lightning energies unleashed during the
But
storm
most of the back pain
But it
is
seems the truth is rather
is
different.
not there anymore unless I like lean a certain way or it's weird. Yeah, it's definitely it's because of the herniated disc. But I would say that the disc is already real thin because this is not the first time I've injured it. I've injured it multiple times over the years. And every single time the disc heals, the way it heals is the immune system, the macrophages in the immune system basically eat away at the bulging disc so that it's no longer touching and disturbing the nerve. That's how your body naturally heals. Now the problem is that can do one of two things long term. Is if you keep getting herniated discs, you can eventually develop arthritis, like rheumatoid arthritis, where your immune system will continuously attack your cartilage because it will consider it like a foreign entity, because when it's touching the nerve, it has to flag it as foreign so that it can remove it. And normally it shouldn't have to remove it because it's part of your body, but it has to do it as a cleanup to get rid of the pain. So you can see how that leads to arthritis, which is really bad because it's like your own body is essentially destroying your joints. So that's just a real bad thing to have. And then the other thing is every time it heals back, you don't grow more cartilage. So you don't, like, when the disc heals due to your immune system doing something called resorption of the cartilage, or the part that broke away or bulged out, like it basically eats all that to get rid of it. Now, that means that you have less material than you started with because you don't magically grow back cartilage. Like, that's not a sort of tissue that the body can just recreate. Now, one thing that they have found, though, is that stem cells do, to a degree, they turn into something called fibroblasts to basically patch up the crack in the disc. But that's not the same as growing a whole new disc. So that's why things like what Francisco was saying with a microdiscectomy, that basically gets rid of the part of the cartilage that's in the way, so that the immune system doesn't have to go and devour it. So the benefit of doing the surgery is you have less risk of developing arthritis because you're basically getting the problem out of the way so that the immune system doesn't have to go in and start devouring it. But most people, you know, like me, I haven't done anything and I let the body eat away at the disc. So, I mean, that puts me at risk of arthritis long term, especially if I keep injuring the back or if I injure like another disc or things like that. So, and I noticed this because I know this is what's happening because when I wake up in the morning, my joints ache a little bit, which means that when you're asleep, your body is typically most actively trying to heal. So that's when the immune system is most active. It's when you're asleep. So the immune system was probably attacking my joints. So I'm going to have to figure out what to do about that. Normally it should stop once the herniation is resolved. So then it starts the rebuild process where the fibroblasts, the stem cells go in and they create these fibroblasts that basically, think of it like they're patching up a crack in a wall. So they're like covering up to an extent where the herniation originated. But it's never going to go back to the original form pre-injury. So it'll never be the same, unfortunately. So you have a spine cushion for your flight sim. Yeah, I could barely even get into my car the first 3 weeks of having this problem. So I'm actually on week number 6 now since the injury. So I've been counting the weeks because they say if you don't improve after 6 weeks, you need to go see a specialist and get an MRI. Now, I'm no longer in pain when I sit down, nor when I'm standing up and walking around in the back area. But I'm still having problems with my left leg, which I know are related to the sciatic nerve, and that indicates that there's still some degree of a problem with the back, because the back is what's causing the sciatic nerve problem. So that's kind of where that is. You see a spine specialist had an MRI in this. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I probably need to go see a spine specialist. Well, it depends. Like, this weekend will mark the end of the 6th week. So depending on how I feel at the end of this week, that'll determine whether I need to go see a specialist or not. I'm hoping I don't have to, but I'm really paying attention to my left foot. If my left foot doesn't improve fully by the end of this week, then I'm probably going to schedule to go see a spine specialist. And I'm going to request them to do an MRI. Yeah, this was after the tooth problem. This happened at the end of... So my back got messed up literally like right after... It was like the weekend after Death Stranding 2 came out. I'll never forget it because I was playing Death Stranding, then I injured my back that weekend, and then when I went to go play Death Stranding, it looked so painful watching Sam carry all of the luggage, all of those packages that he had. It looked so painful watching him like strain lifting all that stuff, because my back was in so much pain, and every time I would look at Sam like carrying like however many kilograms, I was like, oh, I just can't. He needs to get the vehicle. So that's why I ended up playing the entire game mostly using the vehicles, because I couldn't stand watching him carry the luggage on his back, because my back was hurting. I was like, that looks so painful. So yeah, it happened like shortly after Death Stranding 2 came out. That's how long ago it was. So this is week number 6. The 6th week. After 6 weeks, they say, and you can look it up online if you don't believe me, but it's like they say once 6 weeks is up, and if you're not like fully resolved of the sciatic problem and then you need to go see a doctor and get an MRI. So I mean, I've had an X-ray done. I had the X-ray done. The problem with the X-rays don't show you the soft tissue, so you don't know like the size of the herniation. But all the X-ray shows is that my L5-S1 is super thin. It was like way thin compared to the like C or like L4, L5, L3, L4, like all the ones that go above are all normal looking. Then you get to like L5-S1. L5-S1 is the problem disc for me. So that's why every time someone else says that they have back problems, I'm always curious to know like which one. But you know, like Francisco has the L4, L5. L4, L5 I think is like the most common. That's like the most common one. I know like 3 other people that have had problems with L4, L5. I'm like the only person that I know that has an L5-S1 problem. L5-S1, for those who don't know, is like the very bottom disc. It's the one after L4, L5. So the other problem too is because the L5-S1 is so low down, it's literally almost at the pelvic bone. It is also susceptible to developing something called spinal stenosis, but that doesn't really happen until you're like much older. So it happens later in life to people. But I'm always concerned about that, because it's like, oh, I've already had problems with my back, and it's like, oh, now it's gotten to the point where the disc is super thin, and if I injure it again, it'll probably be really, really bad. You cut out on the electricity doing unicycle 50 miles per hour. You have multiple relatives who never fully recovered from back surgery. Be careful. Well, it depends on what they had done, though. That's the thing. Yeah, I've heard the horror stories about back surgery. So it's like, that's why I take the approach where it's like, as long as I can get by and let it heal naturally, And then I'll have to figure out the arthritis thing. I mean, that is curable. That it is definitely fixable, but it requires like a very, very serious fast, like a long water fast to reset the immune system, which is what I'm gonna have to do after this. So, it's wow. I am so paranoid about doing any kind of weightlifting. I'm not supposed to lift more than 15 pounds. I don't know what that is in kilograms. That's probably, what, like 20 something kilograms or whatever. Yeah, I'm not supposed to lift, or no, a kilogram is more than a pound. So it would be less. It would be like 10 kilograms or something. 7.5 kilograms. Yeah. So I'm not supposed to lift more than like 8 kilograms until I'm fully resolved this problem. So that's like, I'm not doing any sort of like, the only sort of exercising that I do right now is I literally just walk. I literally walk like half a mile, or like, what is that, like 7 what is it, like 700 something? No, like, yeah, like 700 to 800 kilometers. I try to walk. Sometimes I'll jog a little bit, but I'm not gonna like run. I'm not going to do anything to overextend my back so it's not in a weird position. I'm just too paranoid about it getting re-injured while it's trying to recover, so that's why. But the problem is, by avoiding any sort of stretching, besides decompressing the spine, I am losing flexibility in my back. Face is frozen? It doesn't show frozen to me. Oh wait, what happened? Yeah, it does look like... It looks like it froze for a little bit on YouTube for some reason, but it doesn't look like it's frozen on my end. Are you sure it's frozen? I don't see the... What's the last chat message? Because I don't see any chat messages incrementing beyond the one that... Okay, there we go. Is it frozen on YouTube? It shows that it's moving normal to me. Are you sure? It looks normal. I'm looking at how YouTube shows the output. It looks normal to me.
I know this has all been a lot to take in, but how are you feeling? Physically, I mean.
Much better now, thanks to Y'shtola and Alisay's ministrations. In fact, I can scarcely remember the last time I felt so hale. I know not how to repay them, not only for coming to my aid, but for telling me about my kingdom besides.
I don't think they're ones to keep score. Isn't that right?
What rig am I on? You guys should be able to tell. It's the same one that we were on the weekend. It's the big one. Big special. It's the big computer. I mean, I don't just swap the computers. They're in fixed positions. So it's like I'm like the way people have learned which computer I use is whatever's behind me. That's how you can tell. Like if you see this giant curtain thing behind me, then you know it's Threadripper. That's the thing. Look for the curtain. If you got the curtain, if I got the curtain on the screen, then that means we're on Threadripper. If there's no curtain, it's something else. If there's no curtain, it's typically the godlike. But the godlike is... Technically, I could use the godlike. It's just I don't like using the godlike when it doesn't have the dashboard. It just looks so weird without the dashboard. One thing about the godlike I will say is if you disconnect the dashboard, you can still turn on the computer, and you can still... The only thing that you lose access to without the dashboard, you do not have the speaker or the buzzer for the diagnostics. And you obviously don't have the display, so you don't have the postcode debug as well. So you still have... Like, you have to wire the power and reset buttons using individual wires, which I just so happen to have. So I was able to wire my power and reset button to alternate hidden headers, undocumented headers on the godlike to be able to still power on and off the computer without the dashboard. So maybe that's something that I can make like a quick little members video or something just to show where those headers are for those that are unaware of that. But it is useful to know just in case you have to RMA your dashboard and you're not without a power button, because that does have all the headers. Like I had to redo the USB 2.0 because there is another USB 2.0 header physically on the motherboard. It is way down at the very bottom right hand corner of the board, so I had to rewire that. But in terms of functionality, the only thing I don't have right now is I don't have diagnostic beeps and the screen, and I'm pretty sure that's it. That's the only thing I'm missing. Oh, I don't have the hard drive LED. That's right. I don't have front panel, like hard drive indicator, and the power button, there is a header, so it's an alternate header, so that is still there, and so is the reset. So that's really the only thing I gave up, is just the diagnostic stuff primarily.
He's known those two for a long time. You can trust in his judgment. Besides, you helped to prove that their treatment works here as well. With this success, they'll be able to help others in Alexandria who suffer from the same illness. Few things could make them happier.
I see. Full glad am I to know that we may cure the affliction after so long.
There's a Windows FPS control.
So very long. I steeled myself, having been warned, but it's difficult to come to terms with everything.
I was updating the BIOSes on all those other computers today. Man, it's hard to go back to those little mainstream computers, those little chipsets with no lanes. It is hard to go from this back to one of those.
Going out and seeing it would help. Alexandria as it is now.
Because they don't have the
Great
lanes.
idea. There's no substitute for seeing things
They just
with
don't
your
have the
own eyes.
lanes. There's so much bottlenecking with the drives.
There is a chance that you'll run into the other.
So many drives running through the chipset.
Still want to take a look, even so?
It would be a lie to say I do not feel anxious, but I wish to walk among the people, to hear their voices and learn about their realm.
This is like a strange retelling of Final Fantasy IX, or it's maybe like Final Fantasy IX
I would be honored.
in the future.
Then allow us to show you the sights.
Because someone explained it
Thank
last
you,
year.
Diplomat.
Wukalamat is basically Zidane, only changed into a female. And then Sphene is basically Princess Garnet, hence the name Sphene. Sphene is a type of rare, what is it, like it's almost like a diamond. It's like a garnet, an aquamarine, and a topaz, an amethyst. It's one of those gems. A Sphene is a gem. So the fact that her name is Sphene, and this, we know that the underlying story comes from Final Fantasy IX. It's like heavily inspired by Final Fantasy IX. They borrow a lot from that game in this story, that is in the Dawntrail story. So it's like Woklamat is basically like a female version of Zidane. Remember, Zidane was he was like a weird alien with a cat's tail. So she's basically like a cat woman with a tail. So, but she's a female, where Zidane was a male. So, and then Sphene is basically Garnet's replacement. And then Galuja, he is Vivi's replacement. And even, we kind of completed his, I think we completed his backstory, unless there's probably more to his story, which will be shown either in this stream or in some subsequent one. But yeah, this is basically Final Fantasy IX. They even had characters that were in the main expansion storyline that was very, very based off of like the Knight Steiner, and I think one of the other characters was like Freya. You're excited about a new AMD CPU with 2100 pins? 2100 pins, that would definitely be a new socket. Where'd you hear about that? I don't have any of these. Let me get these tacos de carne asada. Mesquite soup. Broccoli and spinach sauté. I'm probably gonna get the mesquite soup. Wish we had Japanese vending machines. Man, the reason why we don't have those, even though they are very, very durable, people probably steal from them all the time. People probably break them and steal from them. Those are very convenient, though. Yeah, I really miss them. Alright, what does she say? Shell said that she chose the outfit herself. Once I've changed, I shall join you outside. Okay. Man, this break room area is... This is a really nice little area that they've got over here. They've got like a fancy... This is like a gamer chair, except it's got RGB on it. This is a gamer chair. It's like a high back. Yeah, this is like a gamer chair with a high back. Oh, it doesn't have the wheels, though. Yeah. Yeah, sit in the gamer chair. Oh, never mind. It doesn't have the high back. It doesn't go all the way back. Actually, this one looks like it has better lumbar support than the gamer chairs. The gamer chairs actually are terrible for lower backs without the uncomfortable pillow that they include. Speaking of vending machine, it looks like they've got astronaut food or something. Like, what is they got some weird looking TV dinners in there. I don't know. This is a recycle bin. That's some ray traced recycle bin. It's like all shiny. Hey, they've got some drinks in here. This is a refrigerator. Just get a Herman Miller. Hey, look at this guy. Okay, see, look at this. Check this out. We're talking about lower back problems. Look at how he's sitting. He's sitting really bad. This is bad posture. Okay, he's not slouching, but the thing is, he's bending himself. He's arched forward too much. So that's not how you're supposed to sit long term. Because the thing is, the disc is gonna slip out toward the chair. That's usually how it happens. So that's bad posture, man. You shouldn't sit like that. Shouldn't sit like that long term. There's a rumor that AMD is going to release a 192 megabyte V-cache. Is it for real, or was that just a test sample? That sounds like it could have just been a test sample.
Apologies for keeping you waiting. I've never worn such clothing before.
Ah, see, even her outfit.
That really suits you.
Even her outfit looks like Garnet's outfit when she was trying to run away from the castle. At least the jacket part with the hood.
I'm glad to hear that.
The AM6 socket is rumored to maintain a similar size and layout.
A moment before you.
Oh,
head
it'll
out.
it'll probably maintain the same cooler compatibility.
Circumstances being what they are, we thought it best to come up with a way to distinguish you from the other Sphenes, and we should probably settle on this now rather than later.
I suppose it could get pretty confusing.
AM6 is so far away that I don't really have much to say about it, other than what we've said on previous streams.
What about the new one who's been addressing the citizens?
Despite being the spitting image of Endless Sphen, we know she's a different entity.
But
So
AM6
we've
probably
been
would have
calling
over
her
2,000
Simulator
pins.
after imitation stones.
I see. Well, they're definitely
It would probably,
not the same.
it would probably be
That's as
like
good
kind of
a
like
way as any to draw a
Intel's
distinction.
socket 2066 from back in the day.
But what do you think, Sphen? Is that all right with you?
Rest assured, I have no objections. When I am in the city, however, I intend to keep both my face and name secret. For the people of today's Alexandria, know only the
Who here would
endless
get
sea.
one of those CPUs though, with the 192
We're
megabytes
sorry
of
to subject you to
L3
such
cache?
ignominy.
No, I myself would rather not invite complications, so it is quite all right. Thank you for your concern, Shale. Let us be off then. I am in your capable hands.
DDR6 will be
That you are.
2027.
First, we'll head to the
DDR6 is
entrance
2 years
to
away,
mine.
Good idea. We should start
which
from
means
slowly pouring wine.
AM6
I'll do my best to explain.
AM6 would be... Okay, here's the thing. If Zen 6 is an AM5 CPU, I can see two things happening with AM6. Either AM6 will not appear until 2028, which means it's a little more than 3 years away, or it will come out in 2027 as a, I don't know, like an alternative. It'll be like Zen 6 on AM6, but there will also be Zen 6 on AM5 with the previous year, which will be next year. If that's true. If that's the truth, then DDR6 will definitely be on AM6 in 2028. Because DDR6 is slated for 2027. So yeah, there is a strong chance that the rumors about Zen 6 being on the same socket as Zen 5, that makes a lot of sense based off of DDR6 time frame. DDR6 comes out in the second half. Well, okay, it will launch in 2027. However, remember the DDR5 launch. You guys remember the DDR5 launch? What year was DDR5 available? Who here remembers? Who was there? with me during the time on the eve of this game's previous expansion, Endwalker. Who remembers those days? Those were the latter days of the pandemic. It was known as DDR5. It was late 2021, toward the end of the pandemic, with the launch of Intel's Alder Lake 2021, the magical year. 2021, the year known by the PC gamers as the dark times. The dark times, when you had to use things like Newegg Shuffle and line up outside of Best Buy just to buy a graphics card at a normal price. It was that era. That was the era that DDR5 launched into. Alongside Intel's 12th gen Alder Lake in November of 2021. A month before this game's previous expansion, Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker, one of the best expansions of this game. In some ways, it might be my favorite expansion. It's hard to say, because Shadowbringers was very good. But I kind of think Endwalker might be a little bit better in some ways. Endwalker might have been peak Final Fantasy XIV. So this is Alexandria. Despite being inside a tower, the tower was a weapon in Final Fantasy IX. It feels as though I'm out in the open. And though the sights are nothing like I remember, Electrope is still everywhere. Just a strange and familiar place. See, so basically, she's thinking, hey, this doesn't look like Alexandria how I remember it. That's because Alexandria from 400 years ago probably didn't look like this. This looks like something out of Cyberpunk 2077. Alexandria looks like a game from the year 2000. So it's like somebody's been in Carbonite Freeze for a long time. Yeah, 2021 was the year of the hustle. Yeah, that's another way to put it. I wasn't going to say it that way, but yeah, that's the way to look at it. Any chance they could support both DDR5, DDR6 like Intel supported? So, a lot of people criticized Intel for doing that. A lot of, like, what we'll say tech experts in the industry went on record saying that it was very foolish of Intel to do like two types of memory like compatibility with Alder Lake. But when everybody was saying that, I was saying that it was actually a really good move for Intel to have done that. Because do you guys remember when DDR5, who here bought DDR5 in 2021? Who bought DDR5 in 2021? Raise your hand if you purchased DDR5 in 2021 during the hustle era, the dark times. Who here? No one bought it. No one bought DDR5 in 2021. You know why? Because it cost so much money. So much money. Man, I wish I had my DDR5, my first DDR5 kit that I purchased with the Zen 4 launch in 2022. I wish I had it on the table here to show you the price tag on the back of that RAM. If you wanted 64 gigs of DDR5, 4800, you were paying over $600. And if you wanted 5600 speed, you were paying $800 for 64 gigs of DDR5. That's how much it cost. That's how much it cost. So, by Intel providing backwards compatibility with DDR4, it was a really smart move, because if Intel didn't do that, if Intel literally forced, imagine if Intel made it so that Alder Lake, which also means Raptor Lake because of the same socket, was only DDR5. Imagine how many people would have completely ignored the 12th gen launch in 2021. And instead, they would have either gone with Intel's previous 11th gen, which all the tech press said not to buy because it's like a waste of silicon. You know, even though it was okay, it was decent, it wasn't great, but it was not terrible. Or they would have just kept buying AMD. Like, people would just keep buying Ryzen 5000s, 5800X, 5950X, 5900X. People would have just kept buying like AM4. Business as usual. What is this 12th gen thing? Oh, it's faster? Okay, it's faster, but I don't feel like paying $800 for 64 gigs of RAM, or worse, $450 for 32 gigs of RAM at DDR5 4800. DDR5 4800, $450, 32 gigs of RAM. Like, that is, yeah, no one's gonna do that. So everyone would have just completely ignored Alder Lake if it was DDR5 exclusive. And that's the reason why it was actually a really smart move that Intel provided the DDR4 backwards compatibility. Because that's why, like, guys, that's why every time I benchmark a 12700K, it's always paired up with DDR4, because I base it off of when it was new, when the people actually bought it, when it was at its most, like, its prime, when the processor was in its prime, when it was like the best CPU on the market. What were people pairing it up with? DDR4, and no one was pairing it up with DDR5. So that's the reason why every single one of my benchmarks that I've ever shown the Alder Lake processor have always been DDR4 benchmarks. And people have left comments like, why do you kneecap Alder Lake and you give Raptor Lake DDR5? Well, it's because Raptor Lake came out a year later, when DDR5 was literally half the price of what it was when Alder Lake came out. So it was not a insanely high barrier to entry, if you will, for a consumer desktop platform. So that's the reason why every time I benchmark Raptor Lake, it's on DDR5, and when I benchmark Alder Lake, it's on DDR4. I still stand by that. I understand, like, okay, if someone buys 12th gen today, they're most likely pairing it with DDR5. I don't care about today, because the people who are buying Alder Lake today, they're either buying it used, which means it's not going to be top of the line, so it's not going to be a chart topper regardless, or they're buying it from like a Micro Center for like a really, really cheap bundle, and they either don't care because they're just using it as like an office computer, or they literally have no idea what they're doing, and they don't realize that they're buying a CPU that was new at the end of the pandemic in 2025, which is a really feels bad kind of thing to do, if we're being honest here. So, but what's even weirder is people buying like AM4 in 2025. That's even more bizarre, which that I don't understand at all, but people are still doing that too, apparently. So, yeah, it's like, who wants to buy a CPU? Who wants to pay for a brand new, like, CPU from the hustle era? Like, that to me is absolutely bizarre. But yeah, appreciate the super chat. I don't know why the alert didn't go off. I should be getting an alert for that on stream. It might come through later. I don't know. There seems to be some kind of weirdness going on. Actually, let me check something here. Because all of these things should be working. So it's like, why? Let me see. It came through, but it's like, why didn't it play? There we go.
The hustle era.
Yeah, the hustle era. There we go. I don't know why it took so long. You Daikin. Okay. You're driving, but you know that you purchased DDR5 when it first released. Can I spend that? Can't believe I spent that money on that BS. Wait, you bought DDR5 in 2021? So did you get an Alder Lake CPU in 2021? Well, I guess you would have had to. That was the only platform that supported DDR5. What are we supposed to do here? Oh, we're supposed to look at the city? Okay, we got Nexus Arcade. There are lots of different shops at the Nexus Arcade, selling everything you need.
When will the 192 megabytes Vcache CPU come out, and is it worth upgrading from 9950X3D?
Currently, that's a rumor. We were talking about that earlier. I don't know if it's an actual product. To me, it sounds like it could have been something that they tested as like an engineering sample. I'm still not convinced that that'll be an actual product. They might make it an actual product, but I don't see why it's necessary. AMD has already explained why you don't really want a dual Vcache CCD CPU because it's not really, you're not going to get any benefit to that in gaming. At least that's what they claim. And the other thing is, the CCD that has Vcache runs at a lower clock speed than the one that does not have Vcache, which means you do not have you lose the cores that can boost to like 5.7 gigahertz on the non-3D cache die. So it's like, is that better? I question whether or not that's actually going to be a product. So to me, it doesn't need to exist. Because, okay, there is one scenario where it can exist and it would be better than a 9950X3D. And that is if AMD has a hardware scheduler, but I don't see them adding that to the CPU. They would have to make some dramatic changes to the CPU to introduce that as like a compute die for that function. Kind of like what Intel has with their thread director. Because if AMD had a thread director, like a literal hardware equivalent feature like what Intel has, then they don't need to worry about what Windows does with threads. So, in theory, if they had a thread director, they could introduce a 192 megabyte L3 cache CPU that could actually get ever so slightly better gaming performance, but I don't think it would get better productivity performance. But most people probably don't seem to care, because what I remember in terms of productivity between the 9950X3D and the 9950X, in productivity there's literally no difference. But on the previous generation, the 7950X3D and the 7950X, the 7950X3D had like a 120 watt TDP, and it didn't clock that high, so it actually was a bit slower than the non-3D cache CPU equivalent. So I don't know what they could do. They could do like a big 192, but to me it doesn't matter. Like, I personally don't see what that would get them, besides like potentially better gaming performance. But why? Because it would only be in games that scale above 8 cores, or 16 threads, but I don't really know of any games that do that besides Monster Hunter Wilds. But Monster Hunter Wilds is kind of a, you know how it is. We've talked about it before. It will be a benefit as you cross the IO. You don't cross the IO die. You wouldn't be crossing the IO die because that's the whole purpose of having the thread scheduler. So that's a completely irrelevant point. Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 behaves differently than regular games, so I'm in the gray area. Yeah, I mean, the only one that I can think of is Monster Hunter Wilds. Monster Hunter Wilds would actually benefit from a 192 megabyte L3 cache, but that's because Monster Hunter Wilds can use like 20 cores. It's stupid. Like, that one game is a ridiculous game in the way it was designed. I feel like Capcom basically forked their server-side version of that game and converted it to a client edition and basically shipped that as the game. Because we've looked at Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter is that really, really weird game that will go way, like, if you have a 16 core CPU, it'll literally use all 16 cores. We've shown that on stream multiple times. It will literally use all of the CPU. Threadripper, it will go above, I think it got up to like 18 threads. Or it's like, yeah, it was like 18 threads on Threadripper on the 24 core. I was like, man, this thing's actually, this game is ridiculous. So that's a game that could literally use the second CCD Vcache and benefit from it. However, again, like I said, that would need a thread scheduler that is smart enough to do the automation of core isolation. Like, it would basically make it so that whatever tasks for the game that overflow onto the second CCD would not impact the performance in a negative way, because you would keep those pinned to those cores. So yeah, that's one example of a game. So I guess games that are scaling beyond 8 cores would benefit from that, but again, you would need to have a really good thread scheduler to avoid what Fake Frames was talking about. And is there a benefit to more low latency cache versus... Yes, but low latency cache is extremely expensive and power hungry, so you're never going to get that much of it. Microsoft Flight Simulator uses all CPU on Task Manager performance scale and 50%. On Task Manager performance? What does that mean? On Task Manager performance? Not sure what that means. It might be one of those weird games like Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter basically needs the CPU to do everything. So if you have a lousy CPU and you want to play Monster Hunter, you can pair Monster Hunter up. Actually, you guys know, like, Hardware Unboxed did a very good video recently. Hardware Unboxed did a video where they showed, they did 5800X 3D versus 7600X versus 9800X 3D, and the 5600. They did 4 CPUs and 4 GPUs. They had a RX 9600, or 9600 XT, 9700, 5080, and 5090. And that video illustrates exactly what I have been saying all along. So, good thing a large channel like Hardware Unboxed finally proved what I've been saying for like the last 2 years. Where you need to match your GPU with a correct, appropriately sized CPU. So that video literally illustrated what I've been saying for the last 2 years in such a good way. So, because, like, okay, the 9070 with what, the 9800X3D was outperforming the 5800 X3D plus the 5090 in like a bunch of games. It wasn't even like one game. It was like a bunch of games. So I was thinking, man, if they showed Monster Hunter Wilds, oh my goodness, that like that would have been the epitome of like, that would be the poster child of like what it means to be CPU bottlenecked, because Monster Hunter Wilds is the most CPU demanding game in existence in 2025. You can have an RTX 5090 and be getting like 30 frames per second in Monster Hunter Wilds if you have like a 5-year-old CPU. And those guys proved it too with that video. Yeah, so you need to have an appropriately sized. That's what I tell people. That's the thing about the RAM too. What they didn't cover was RAM. They kept the RAM the same, I think, on all of the computers. RAM matters too. Not so much for gaming, although I think it does matter for gaming, especially if you're going to be doing other things with the computer while also running a game. But RAM does matter. RAM, in general, RAM goes up. The more cores you have, the more RAM you need. Because of the way Windows, it has to do with Windows. It has to do with Windows. If we're on Linux, this is less of an issue. Because Linux, for some reason, is just way smarter with how it's way more practical with how it does power and memory management. RAM is a huge factor. Oh, well, you know what? I've been doing stuff with AI. I've been playing around with AI on my Threadripper machine. And I've come to the realization now why, like, I've said VRAM is the most important metric on a GPU. Now, after trying to do stuff with AI on the GPU, that statement carries even more weight, in my opinion. Not only is VRAM the most important metric, but basically, if a GPU has less than 16, now it's starting to become 24 very, very quickly, but for GPUs that have less than, well, okay, depending on the AI application, a lot of AI apps now consider 24 gigabytes the minimum. 24 gigabytes of VRAM is now becoming the minimum in terms of what an AI application is looking for. If you're going to run it locally on your computer, not some random cloud-hosted thing. So, 24 gigs is minimum. Because I was looking at, like, these various AI apps, and they're all, like... I tested with the 4090, and they're like, oh, it detects that I have 24 gigs, and it's telling me, you have low VRAM, you have minimum VRAM. So it's like you need to activate the application with like all these guardrails that lower the performance so that it doesn't like fill up the entire V buffer instantly. And I was like, wait a minute, what? 24 gigs? Since when did 24 gigs become low end in terms of VRAM? And it's like, yeah, apparently 24 gigs is low end now in terms of VRAM. All right, Francisco, thanks for stopping by. Yeah, wow, 4 a.m., that's super early. Alright, man, have a good night. But 24 gigs of VRAM is considered minimum now for AI. And I guess what we're saying for gaming, what that means is for gaming, I would say 12, in some cases 16, but I would say 16, 12 gigs, 16 gigs. 16 gigs is rapidly becoming the minimum amount of VRAM that I would recommend for a graphics card for gaming. And now for AI, 24 gigabytes is now the minimum for AI. So I was like, man, at this rate, I'm probably gonna have to go pull that 5090 out of that godlike sitting over there doing absolutely nothing. And I'm gonna have to bolt that thing into the Threadripper so I have a 32 gig VRAM just to stay above the minimum. Because this thing's telling me like you've got low end specs. It evaluated my computer. It's like Threadripper is great, excellent. You got lots of cores. It looked at my DDR5. You got 128 gigs of DDR5 6400. Okay, check, big fat check mark there. Then it's like, okay, you got how much storage do you got? Okay, you got like 7 SSDs. You got like, what is that? 40 something gigs of terabytes of storage or whatever. So it's like you got lots of storage, you got lots of RAM, you got lots of CPU cores, but and then it's like, oh, you have 24 gigs of VRAM. So you have like, it gives me like a yellow. It gives me like a yellow on the VRAM, and I'm like, are you serious? Since when is 24 gigs low end? What? So it's like, man, I'm gonna have to go and put 5090 in here just because it's the only card I have that has more than 24 gigs of VRAM. Because I was thinking like, what? Okay, that means like my 7900 XT or 7900 XTX, 7900 XT has 20 gigs, 7900 XTX has 24 gigs. So that's only gonna be at the minimum, man. Minimum spec. Who would have thought 4090 is a minimum spec GPU? Well, it's gonna be. That got me thinking a second ago. The 4090 is gonna be like 3 years old in what, like 2 months? In like 2 months, the 4090 is gonna turn 3 years old. That means that the 4090 is going to be considered old. It's going to be middle-aged. That's a middle-aged GPU right there. Once a GPU turns 3 years old, it's middle-aged. That's a middle-aged thing. Once that hits 3, it's that magic 36 months. When a GPU becomes 36 months old, it's middle-aged. Once it hits 60 months, 5 years old, it's old. It's just straight up old. And when it turns 80, is it 84 months? Yeah, 84 months. When a GPU turns 84 months old, which means 7 years. When it turns 7 years old, it becomes an ancient dinosaur from the Stone Age. Because that's literally the life of a console at that point. It has reached the age of a console on the way out. So keep that in mind. 3, 5, 7. Those are the magic numbers when it comes to technology. 3, 5, 7. 3 years old, 5 years old, 7 years old. That's one of the interview questions. That's one of the interview questions. If someone can't explain that to me in the interview, they don't get the job. So they're not qualified. 24. We're not talking about games. We're talking about AI. Gaming, like 16 gigs is like the minimum now. I'm talking about AI. AI apps. I got AI apps telling me that my 24 gig 4090 is like minimum spec. And I'm like, are you serious? And I tried running it. I'm like, okay, yeah, I think they're right. They're right. It's taking like 6 minutes. It's taking 6 minutes to do this AI render job. Because I've been playing around with AI apps to try to understand the AI industry. So I've been doing stuff like generating like music and stuff. Using the 4090 to generate songs takes a long time. A long time. Because it is slow. It is slow. And it's like, they're telling me, they're looking at my hardware and they're like, okay, you got 24 gigs, so you're like minimum spec. You're low end. And then I'm like, okay. And then it's like, it's like recommended 80 gigabytes of VRAM. 80 gigabytes of VRAM. I'm like, where am I gonna get an 80 gigabyte graphics card? And they're like, oh, you gotta go and get these like NVIDIA Professional RTX Pro. And I was thinking, man, because I know Super Googly's been talking about that what is it, the RTX 6000 professional thing with 96 gigs of VRAM. I was like, are you serious? They're saying you need 80 gigs of VRAM, and I'm like, man, there's one NVIDIA card out there that I know of that has 96 gigs of VRAM, but that thing's like $8,500, so that's a no-go. So we're going low end, man. Apparently, I'm going low end. I'm going low end. Oh, but you know what? It got me thinking, what about Strix Halo? What about Strix Halo? 128 gigs of VRAM. You can dedicate 96 gigs of VRAM on Strix Halo and have the remaining 32 for your operating system. So yeah, man, Strix Halo is such a good chip for AI, but it is so annoying that they've got lame pre-built, like these little box things. I'm now, because of that, because of this, I'm considering buying one of those small, you know, what do they call them? Those like HPC, like not laptop, but the, what do they call it? Mini desktop? Like a mini desktop using Strix Halo with the Ryzen AI Max. Just because that is the cheapest way to get 128 gigs of VRAM. Mac Studio with 512 gigs of... How much does that cost? How much does that Mac Studio thing with 5 that you just mentioned? How much does that cost? You don't have to answer that question. I don't really want to know, because that sounds like it's going to cost an astronomical amount of money. Corsair has a mini PC with Strix Halo. Oh man, if you can do me a favor, if you can link that in the Discord, I might actually look into that. Because of this, because of the 4090 being quote unquote low end minimum spec for AI. That has reinvigorated my interest in Strix Halo. Because you guys know I was kind of complaining a few weeks ago about Strix Halo and how there's like no good laptops that have it. There's no good workstations that have it. It's like such a really good piece of silicon, but it's such a waste because there's no good like box solution. But now they're starting to sell these mini PC things like the Corsair thing. So I might have to look into that. Oh, the Mac thing is 10K? Yeah, no. That ain't happening. I mean, Threadripper is like so much cheaper than that. It's just I just need VRAM apparently. You posted it. Corsair Gaming. Yeah. Yeah, this is exactly the thing. Okay. AI workstation. Oh, it's 2,000. You know, to be honest, 2,000. Does it come with 128? Oh yeah, 128 gigs. 128 gigs gets you, for $2,000, you get the top of the line AI Max with the full spec iGPU. You get the full spec 128 gigs. So that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is a AI. That is a mini AI workstation, and Corsair properly named it Corsair AI Workstation. That is really good. The problem is, I had to go and buy the new Threadripper chip, so I don't have that kind of money laying around anymore. But we'll have to look into this as like something similar to this would be ideal for AI. You know, I really wish there was a laptop that had that, like a really nice laptop, because I have a Thunderbolt docking station that if it was a laptop, I could hook it up to the docking station. I could get more expanded storage. I could get an external graphics card. Not that I would need the external graphics card, but you know, you never know. Memory bandwidth is important. Yeah, but what is the memory bandwidth on the Strix Halo though? It's really high, I know that. It's a unified memory architecture though. It's like a different thing though. Yeah, that's pretty good. The cafe was named. Okay. What was its name? Was it named like Athlon or something? Like what? Welcome to Mosaic. Okay, we're not really getting very far in this story. Yeah, that Corsair AI workstation. That's the cheapest way to get lots of VRAM.
So many different drinks. I can't decide. Ooh. I'll have this, please. A Dali coffee.
Of course. I should warn you though. Dali beans are an older variety known for their strong bitterness. Still want one?
Dali from the city of Dali. In Final Fantasy IX.
Decided as well.
Another Final Fantasy IX reference. Dawntrail, especially this part of the Dawntrail, the post expansion story is chock full of Final Fantasy IX references. Vegetable juice, maybe. Really? Something healthy? Vegetable juice?
Vegetable juice. Otis used to drink it all the time.
I'll have your drinks ready in a moment.
Yeah, mini PCs are kind of good. I really was hoping for like a really nice laptop for Strix Halo though. The problem with the laptop is it'll be thermally constrained and power constrained, so the mini PC would be able to do the full 120 watts.
Certainly well liked. It's a wonderful feeling.
It would have much better cooling.
Spending time with the people. But they're not my people anymore, are they? Their city, their way of life, even the ground upon which they tread. I am a stranger to it all. The weight of the long years is finally beginning to sink in.
Your Majesty, is that you?
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint, but I am not Queen Sphene, though I'm often told we look alike.
There you are. How many times have I told you not to go off alone? I'm sorry he bothered you, Mom. Come now, we're going home.
Bye, not Queen Sphene.
I do not know that boy, nor does he know me. No one does.
I think the fake one of her also had like a different eye color.
Another
Unless I'm remembering incorrectly.
No place here. Yet, no matter how much things have changed, I am happy. I am. For Alexandria has endured. Our sacrifice was not in vain. Even so, I cannot help but feel lonely.
trying to see on the Corsair thing, what does it have on the back? It looks like it's got a USB-C. I'm pretty sure on the mobile line, Strix Halo probably has a USB 4, maybe on the back. Let's see tech specs. Does it have USB 4? Oh, it does have USB 4. It's got a USB 4. On the rear, it has. On the front, oh no, it has 2 USB Type 4. Wow. Okay, that's good. Yeah, because I was gonna say like it should have USB 4 because that's standard on AMD's mobile line with Zen 5. So yeah, that is actually quite good. That means that you can connect a external GPU to it to get another, because see, like the thing with this mini PC, this Corsair, you could do AI on the cheap with this, and then if you wanted to connect a discrete GPU, you could use USB 4 to do that. Now, granted, you're gonna lose performance because it's like you're running the GPU as though it was a mobile GPU because it's over USB 4, so it's not going to perform the same as if it was directly connected via PCIe. It'll essentially turn an X16 GPU into an X4 GPU. So you're only going to get 4 lanes on the GPU by using USB 4, but it's better than nothing. So that's why it'll probably still perform better in games than the integrated graphics, especially if you have like a high-end GPU in there. So that is actually quite nice. These little mini PC things, you can do a lot with them with an external docking station. Okay. Let's see where they're going now. Oh, Wokalamont keeps having to answer people's questions for some reason. I have a feeling that I'm not going to be able to do the patch 7.3. I'm going to get locked on gear. I'm not going to have high enough gear level to do... I'll have a high enough gear level to do this content, but not the next set of content. We're going to get gear locked at the 7.3 dungeon. I'm pretty sure. Which means I need to go and do the raid, which I have not done. What happened to this guy? He looks pale. We need to find a place for him to rest. I was on my way to attend some business when the memory of being killed here came flooding back. The danger has passed, I know, but the terror lingers. For all the comfort I've offered others in my work, I can't seem to comfort myself. What? The regulators and souls they use to spare themselves the horror of death and of subjecting them to it over and over again. If only we'd come to their aid sooner. But we're here now. We can offer this man the comfort he can't give himself. He may be physically none the worse for wear, but unseen wounds also require time to heal. We need to rally him. Like in Bloodborne. Rally up. Who is this guy? Malachite? Is that Malachite? A storage facility. Henceforth we must inter the deceased, but as the specifics are undecided, the bodies must be kept in cold storage. I didn't know. I'd heard there were graveyards over by the submerged city, but like funerals, burial customs must have been forgotten. Did you have usher duties? I'm not actually here on an official capacity, so I am loath to trouble you further, but since you asked, I shall explain why I've come. I've taken to delivering the personal effects of the departed to their families. Even though their memories have been entrusted to the cloud, I still remember where they once lived. The rule was to dispose of any belongings. To do anything else was strictly forbidden, but it saddened me to see them discarded like waste. Of course, I understand that not everyone shares my sentiments, and I leave it to the families to decide what to do with these items. Some accept my deliveries, others reject them. Whether I'm doing the right thing I cannot say, but I feel the families should be given the choice. Oh, they didn't have it before? It's important to think about what people leave to us. I want to help. See, that is straight up Vivi, man. The kid's basically Vivi from Final Fantasy IX. Do you want to help too, Gohan? I suppose I can. I'm truly grateful. Now there are 4 items to be delivered here in the recreation zone. I leave them in your care. In the meantime, I will head to the residential sector to make deliveries there. After you've finished, please meet me back here. I would like to know the family's reaction. You know, there have been people in Tuliolao who had similar episodes due to the trauma in the past. Would you mind if I went with Malachite just to help keep an eye on him? Only if you can handle those deliveries without me, of course. It's fine. I'm sure he'll be happy for the company. She's like thumbs up and runs away. Okay. So we lost Wooklamat. Come, let's deliver these keepsakes to the families. So there are 4 items in total to deliver. Right, 3 for people on True View and 1 for someone over by the Neon Stein. Let's visit them in that order. Might I trouble you to do the talking, Gohan? I fear my voice may betray my identity. Lead the way, we're right behind you. Okay. Why is it telling me this? Did they Dude, we already know how to do this. Why is it telling me this tutorial? Alright, we got a full part. We got 3 party members now. Let's go. Let's go. Follow me. We have to deliver the stuff. Let's go. Oh wait, this is Arcadian. I actually need to go down here. The way the buildings are all in a row reminds me of the old castle town. Lively as it is here, I can see why Oblivion can blend in. Who's Oblivion? What? Who? Is there something you need? We have this thing for you. Here's your package. I don't know what you ordered, but okay, there you go. Oh, Malachite sent you. He was very considerate when he offered to bring me the keepsake. Oh yeah, these are the things from the deceased family members. Oops. I see why some would say no, but I couldn't do that. Very good. A brooding citizen. What is it? If you're trying to sell me something, I'm not interested, even though she's literally looking at a vending machine. You brought the keepsake. I've been looking forward to this, hoping that it might help me remember, but no such luck it seems. The owner is dead, and they'll never become one of these endless Queen Sphene tells us about. It's a sad thought. Even so, I'm not sure I want to become endless myself. The thought of not having to worry about souls was appealing, so I was happy to receive a Neo regulator. If Queen Sphene herself recommends it, I want to believe that all will be well, but still... Sorry, I need to clear my head. Well, okay. On to the next person. Do I know you? No. So this is the keepsake. Truth be told, I've been wavering as to whether or not I should accept it. I mean, it belonged to someone that died. It's got me thinking about what we did to Tuliolol. I didn't even know we'd killed so many people there. Not until the funeral. What if they decide to retaliate? Lamati Wuklamat would never do that. She and everyone in Tuliolol know that my father was to blame for the attack, not the Alexandrian people. Oh dear, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you speak ill of your father. It's just I can't stop worrying about death, and hearing that they're running out of Neo regulators makes it worse. I don't know what to do anymore. She just leaves. That's everyone. Let's go to Neon Stein. 9070 XT have dual media engine. What is benefit of having dual media engine? You can do a lot of encodes with it. There's actually no limit to how many encodes you can do, as long as there's enough, like, capacity, I guess. Discuss the vending machines. So you purchase beverages from these machines. That's wonderful. I've always believed that technology should be developed for the benefit of the people. What does this kid think about the vending machines? Genolt's favorite energy tonic is a special formula, not like the ones they sell here. I wanted to try one, but Shell wouldn't let me. Oh, this has got that one cat. And then some bombs. Bomb. Yeah, basically, with dual engine, you can just do... If you're not doing anything with rendering, then you would never really benefit from it. You need to be doing, like, a lot of simultaneous renders. In general, it's good, though. It's definitely better than the one on the Ryzen, the RDNA 3. Oh, this guy, are you talking to me? Man, I'm tempted to skip the scene if it's not voiced. It's like, oh right, this. I can't say it stirs my memories, but it does feel familiar. You know, you look familiar yourself. Where do I know you from? Of course, you're the unenhanced challenger. I can't stress how incredible it is. What you've achieved without using feral souls. It's a genuine honor to meet you. Wait. They tied it together? What? It was at the infusion station in the government sector, and it wasn't my... Oh, what? What did he say? You're the Arcadian fighter who was desperate for souls. You're the one who yelled at Sphene to her face. Are you sure we met before? You're the Arcadian fighter who was desperate for souls. That's right, I'm sorry you had to see me like that. Anyway, I used to fight in the Arcadian, but not anymore. I took Queen Sphne's words to heart and found a new job, one where I can put my knowledge of physical conditioning to use. As you know, lots of people were badly hurt when the mechanical soldiers malfunctioned, and I've been assisting with their rehabilitation. Also, he became a physical therapist. Not many people can help others like you can. I think it's great what you've done. Huh, thanks. That's encouraging to hear. There's this fellow who has to learn how to walk all over again. Becoming endless would solve his problems, but he's determined to overcome them the hard way. Seeing that gave me a newfound appreciation for my own body. It's a gift from my parents, a sturdy thing that survived the arena. He's all like, whoa, I'm the blue-scaled Hubilgo. I don't know how my father felt about it, and there are times when it hurts to think about things. Still, I don't want to lose that. Even if I could look the same as an endless, I would never throw away this body. Most people would find it hard to do so, I imagine. Just the thought makes me feel uncomfortable about the whole becoming endless. But I need to get back to work. It was nice talking with you. So that's what happened to that guy. Okay, what do I need here? Do I need this? Probably skill speed. What do we got here? Tenacity? I got like 30 of those. What is this one? 17. We'll take skill speed. A jewel shattered. I believe that takes care of the deliveries. Thank you for taking charge, Gohan. From what I've seen and heard, 'tis plain the people held their queen in high regard, and the stimulant has exploited their love and admiration to win over so very many. Come, let us report to Malachite. He should be back at the north of the recreation zone. Okay. I probably need to grab this, though. I'm probably going to have to do the Arcadian. I probably should do the Arcadian, to be honest. Even though I've been gone from this game for so long, it only takes like 1 to 2 days to get caught up. So it's pretty easy to get caught up. I'm technically way behind now. Thank you for your assistance. The reactions I received were mixed. While some were glad, others decided they did not want the items after all. Everyone accepted their items, but they all felt differently about them. One person couldn't remember the keepsake's owner, and another couldn't stop worrying about their own death. I see, it's difficult indeed to predict how people may behave when confronted with reminders of loss. Of late, I've come to believe that we are each of us the sum of the moments we've shared. And when they passed away, and we lost our memories of these people, we lost a part of ourselves. If our memories of the departed are no longer to be entrusted to the cloud, I wish that they already... What? He's like, huh? Well, my friends, I must resume my formal duties. Thanks again for the help. Malachite speaks true. Our memories are what defines us. They form the path we walked to be where we are. My endless self, I expect, was much alike me, but I cannot become like her no more than she could become like me. For once our paths diverged, so too did our lives. That's true. Even if we start from the same place, we all have different journeys. At some point, things like our goals and our ways of thinking are bound to change. The Endless Fiend was one possibility, a version of myself who made choices. I want to believe I never would. I'm beginning to come to terms with the fact I did, though. Huh? Is that... What? Uh-oh, creepy music. The simulant. She was looking straight at us. If I didn't know better, I'd say she wanted us to follow her. I have a bad feeling about this, but we might not have another chance to figure out what she's up to. We're going after her, right? This place does look kind of like Terra. I just thought about that. We kept talking about how it's all Final Fantasy IX. This environment, I kept thinking Cyberpunk 2077, but now the more I think about it, this is kind of like how the planet Terra would look from Disc 3 on Final Fantasy IX. That game needs a remaster. That's like the next Final Fantasy. They need to do a whole like remaster or remake. There's already been so many rumors circulating that they're working on it, but I don't know. I don't know. The simulant headed into the street over there. The Neon Stein is that way. Let's hurry. Is this gonna play a super long cutscene? Alright, well, we're at a cutscene, I think. So, hopefully this is a voiced one. I'm gonna take a quick break, and we'll come back, and we'll try to finish this. At least finish 7.2 tonight. Alright, let's do this cutscene. This might be a long one, who knows? The villain is about to reveal themselves.
Not here. Let's press on, if only a little further.
Whoa.
Hey, are you all right?
So he didn't die. Vexing, but expected.
That was about the strongest bolt we can produce within Everkeep. What now?
We obtain more precise measurements. Narrow the range of variables to avoid unnecessary trial and error. That is the most expeditious course of action.
I know that voice.
important business with you. We left something in your keeping, the key to interdimensional fusion. You will kindly return it to us, yes?
What? You ask me that after you try to kill me?
Now that you mention it, the other way around may have been more appropriate. If I had the key, I wouldn't need to be cruel and turn away so many people. Far more than 5,000 could become endless and know eternal happiness.
What? You mean to steal ether from other worlds again?
All is for the sake of his experiments. 'Twas for that reason, you know, that the previous me created the Endless. I pity her. She was forced to attempt the impossible, to turn every soul who dies into an Endless, even though there's no end to them. Admittedly, that was part of the plan. Her desperation would drive her to claim the key and use it, and sure enough, she did just that. I know you had a soft spot for her, Lamachi. So for what it's worth, I'm truly sorry. Alas, we are naught more than pawns, pieces in his grand design.
Don't you dare make light of her love for her people. Don't you dare!
Strike me down if you wish. I shall be made anew. And I doubt many would look kindly upon the vow of resolve of Tuliolol if she attacked a neighboring queen, and not for the first time. Would you be willing to accept the repercussions?
Damn you!
What do you stand to gain by making everyone endless? He's doing something with computers. He's doing like circuit board design or something. What's he doing?
You're speaking to me. Our goal is to usher in the next phase of mankind's evolution. Since time immemorial, life has used death to facilitate adaptation in an ever-changing environment. The old and infirm are weeded out, allowing the species to thrive. Generational succession. This has been our survival strategy. Yet, this strategy has long since reached its practical limit. It is outdated. It relies on progeny, which gives rise to unchecked population growth. Resources become scarce, invariably leading to conflict. All the while, death is ever present and robs our species of untold potential. Where man now stands in his evolution, bodies of flesh no longer make sense. What we must strive for next is carefully managed, eternal preservation.
Calyx! You're Calyx, aren't you?
You know him?
The young genius who had mastered electrope technology. He founded the scientific collective known as Preservation and devoted himself to developing a cure for the paralysis which plagued our people. Calyx, you always had your gaze set upon the future, and I know you do now. But I beg you, do not deceive the people of Alexandria. Do not manipulate them with this imitation forged from my memories. Well, how rude. Yet, whatever you may say, I'm the one whom the people regard as queen. You may have worn the crown for a few years, but now you are no one. Just a frail, fleshy version of me that could die at any moment. The kingdom has no use for such as you.
Our demand is simple. Surrender the key. Refusal will necessitate consequences.
Well, somehow that guy has control over the city's electrical grid. Forgive me, I was once able to use healing spells, but my long slumber appears to have sapped my magical reserves. It's frustrating to be so powerless, but perhaps I must accept my newfound limitations. Well, okay, they tried to electrocute me, but they don't know that I'm basically Gohan from Dragon Ball Z and can't be killed by just random 1,000 watts of power or whatever that was. The meeting. They're going to hold a meeting. Alexandria has no need for Queen's Fiend. And although it's hard truth to accept, it is nevertheless the truth. I must find a new way to serve. You're not alone, and together we can get through anything. Well said, and it just so happens there's something that only you can do right this moment. Let's start with Calyx. What can you tell me about him? He was a prodigy who specialized in the field of electrope and made his mark during the Storm Surge. Yet even as he basked in the admiration of his peers, he struggled with an illness he had from birth. For him to still be here 4 centuries on, I think it's safe to assume that he, too, has become endless. I see. While we're somewhat familiar with preservation, I never imagined we could cross paths with someone that old. You know about preservation? We do. They're supposed to have created Everkeep's core system as well as the Endless Sphere. Did they? All while I was slumbering. The members of Oblivion had spent a lot of time investigating preservation. We should head to the back room. Okay. Oh, it's on the other side? Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna get those games that are coming out this year, besides the ones that I've already listed. I feel like they'll have to do pretty good in the reviews.
We've heard what happened. So, preservation has revealed itself at last.
Mm-hmm.
And using the key, they mean to turn even more people into Endless. It seems safe to assume that they too intend to steal ether from the other reflections. But unlike the previous Sphere, they have no intention of saving everyone. Calyx, of all people, would know precisely how much ether is required to sustain an Endless. Thus, he is able to set a realistic limit to their creation, without being swayed by emotion.
Carefully managed eternal preservation. Whether or not this can be considered an evolution, 'tis plain that man's very existence would be forever changed.
Say, if this Calyx is as brilliant a scientist as everyone says, could he have been the one who erased everyone's memories of Endless Fiend's death?
Ooh, that's a good point.
That is a possibility, though I cannot speak to his motives.
Though Calyx has outright stated his ultimate goal, how his actions will further this agenda remains unclear. That said, we have seen how anxiety towards death continues to spread amongst Alexandrians. Perhaps the simulant stokes this fear to entice them to become endless.
Everyone is afraid of death. We try to put it out of our minds, and I do not blame the people for feeling as they do. Nonetheless, I wish to stop the simulant. I wish to do what I can for those who believe in their queen. Although I wear no crown, were I to forsake the people, then I would truly have no place here.
I don't know if this will help in that endeavor, but I've found something interesting. When I analyzed the sign that Calyx appeared on, I was able to determine the source of transmission. I traced it back to a terminal used only by preservation, located in the Foundation sector.
Foundation sector? That came up in my mother's records, didn't it? It's where the old castle was hidden.
Everkeep was built atop the castle of the former kingdom. Access to the immediate area, the Foundation sector, is highly restricted, with map data accordingly classified.
The old castle is inside this tower.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah.
It's an ideal place for preservation to conceal a terminal, I must say.
How long would it take
Having
someone to
existed
start
since
from
the
a realm
Storm Surge,
reborn
they
until
would be
current
familiar
patch
with the
playing
castle's
MSQ
layout.
only with ether runs, without skipping cutscenes?
But I wonder, would someone so versed in electrope, such as Calyx, be so careless as to leave a trail?
It would take them. So you're saying without skipping cutscenes, starting from A Realm Reborn. Without skipping cutscenes, it would take a very long time. It would probably take them. Well, here's the thing, though. They have to also do all of the required group content. Like, they'd have to team up with other people in groups. So that would take, depending on the role that they're, like the job that they're doing. Like, if they're playing as a tank or a healer, it would go by faster because they would get instant queues for the group content for the dungeons, for example. Whereas if they're playing by themselves, the old dungeons up through, I think, Stormblood. I don't know if they went back and they patched Stormblood and Heavensward to have AI help you on the story mode. Maybe they did that. I don't know. But it would probably take like, without skipping cutscenes, it's gonna be over 100 hours. I know that. It would be more than 100 hours. It would probably be, I don't know. So I don't know, because one expansion by itself is typically, I think Yoshi P has said it's like, without skipping cutscenes, it's like a 30-hour game. So so what is that, like 30 Heavensward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, Endwalker, Dawntrail. Well, Dawntrail's not finished, but the expansion is like through the base game of this. So that's like 5 expansions. So that's like, 30 times 5. So that's 150 hours. And then you have the base game, which is like another 40, like 40, depending on the cutscenes. Then you got all the post expansion content too, which is what we're doing right now, what I call off-season content, story content. So probably it would be like probably 200 plus hours, probably close to 300 hours without skipping cutscenes. If you skip all the cutscenes, it would probably be, you could probably do it in like 60, 70 hours, maybe less than 100. But that's a lot of like skipping cutscenes and running here and there and all that stuff. So yeah, it would probably take like 70-ish hours if you skip all the cutscenes. But if you don't skip all the cutscenes, it would be over 200 for sure. Because some of those cutscenes are very, very long. And there's a lot of them too, especially in the post-game stuff like what we're doing right now.
Oh, I expect he intended for us to find the terminal.
It's a great question, though. I never really thought about that.
It may be a trap, but it's our only lead. What do you think, my friend?
But you bring up a good point, because this is something that I feel like live service games that have been around for a long time, like Final Fantasy XIV, and this is also true for the gacha games. It is hard for these type of games to pick up new people and get new people into their game because of what you just said. That question, that question comes up for anyone that's new. Like, they want to know, like, how long is it going to take them to get caught up with everybody else? It'll take a very, very long time. And it would take a lot of dedication. So it is a daunting task. And I feel like that's the Achilles heel of these type of games, because there is such a great game within this content, but it's like you got to go through all of it from start to finish to experience it. It's like, yeah, people can buy like a max level character, I think, but then it's like, why? The problem with buying a max level character is you don't have any of the context of any of the game, so you have like very little attachment to the game. So, and with a max level character, it's like, what do you do? Because you're not going to know how to play the job that's at max level, because you never experienced leveling up the job, so you never had the experience. You know what I mean? That's why I don't, like, if I was going to start a game like this, I would have to consider playing through the whole game, because I'm not the type of person that's going to buy a max level character, because it's like, there'll be no attachment to the game. There'll be no sense of investment in the game, other than buying a max level character. But it's not like you're going to have the best gear. You're not going to have like all the other classes at max level. So it's still, yeah. It's something, it's like the unnecessary evil is you have to actually start from the very beginning of the game to actually get the full value out of playing this type of game. Let's go. I say if we have a lead, we follow it.
Agreed. And besides, you owe him for that bolt of lightning.
Yeah, that guy struck me with a bolt of lightning. He's gonna get hit with a Masenko.
On this course of action, I'll work on getting you access to the Foundation sector. Sit tight for now.
Gowan's gonna throw a Masenko at him. You know what I'm saying? They don't try to electrocute a Saiyan and get away with it.
I may not possess any special skills.
Yeah, she doesn't
but I
have any
pass
special
better than
skills.
any. So please.
Oh, well, I mean, okay.
All right. If that's what you want, then we go together. The rest of us will take point and secure the way, and we'll count on you to guide us in the castle.
So she's gonna be following us. Alright, let's go, people. It may take time for me to find my place in this new Alexandria, but I will. Oh, can I get some tacos? Oh, no, I don't need tacos. I need some of these. Alright, this is it. Descent to the Foundation. Let's go. Is Galulja going? No. It's just these 5. Oh wait, no, 6 people. Oh, Galulja staying here? You're staying here? Be safe out there. Okay, you're staying. You got the computer. You're manning the Threadripper system. Alright, let's go. Let me see, what do we got here? I'm probably gonna go in as Viper. If I go in as Viper, I might not even be able to go in as Viper though. I just realized like the Viper's item level is worse than Gunbreaker. I might actually have to go in as a Gunbreaker. This is gonna be so bad. I mean, it's not bad, but it's like, what is Wukalamat gonna do? Oh, we're going the wrong way. Probably like 10 hours ago or whatever, whenever the patch went live, this place was probably full of people logging in, and now it's like they're all gone. It's like log in, spam everything new, and then log out. I saw a couple people doing the story earlier. Oh, there's actually quite a few people. There's like a bunch of people all gathered right here. You know what's funny? I remember when the Fall Guys collab was active in here. People were telling me that the Fall Guys event in here was better than the actual game Fall Guys. We gotta sneak around the back. What is this weird elevator? Where does this go? There's no direct lift to the Foundation sector, so we'll have to transfer to another on the way. If we take the wrong lift, we end up in the wrong sector, so be sure to follow my lead. According to Tishalja's records, the tower is divided into inner and outer sections below orogenics. The castle is at the heart. So upon arriving at the Foundation sector, we need to make our way inwards. Okay. Gohan, take this communicator with you. It's been modified to track your coordinates, so I'll be guiding you as I collect data. Sounds like we're all set. Let's get going. Well, you're not gonna be tanking. If I gotta be Gunbreaker, you're not tanking. The Underkeep. Instead of Everkeep, now we're going to Underkeep. Oh, we gotta form a group? She'll follow behind with Shell. She's gonna follow behind. So that means, oh man, Wukalamat, man, you're not gonna be a tank. I know. I hope not. Wait, form a party and enter the Underkeep. Oh, she could play as what? A what?
Get to it.
I stand ever ready.
I stand ever ready.
I won't let you down.
What? Insufficient item level? Wait, what? Hold on a second. Wait a minute. What? Wait, what? Average item level 705? I don't have 705? Dude, we're already gear locked at this dungeon. Hold on. I gotta go get some gear real quick. What? I thought for sure I'd be able to get into this one. The next one I know for sure I'm not gonna be able to do. What? Wait, hold on. 705? I am, what item level am I? 703? I'm like low by like 2. Oh man. Wait, that means if it's 705, then add 15. 720 will be the next one. Yeah, we're not gonna finish this tonight. We're not gonna finish this tonight because I'm gonna have to do the 8-man raid. Alright, let's see what I can do with my existing stuff here. Yeah, I gotta do the raid, but the thing, can I even do it though? Like, hold on a second. This one, the old one was 685. So on this one, Asphodelos was 565. 565, 585, so 20, so it's plus 20. So if this one was 685, I'll need to be 705. Okay, so the magic number is 705. I gotta get to 705. So let's go to this guy. What does he got? He's got some 720s. What is my weakest stuff? I got some 700 wrists and things. I got like 2 700s. 710. I got like, okay, 710. These are bad. Man. This gear is so old. This gear is like a year old. Dude, I thought I could have sworn I had better gear than this. Okay, well, we're gonna buy the necklace. The tank necklace. Hold on. Yeah, get the tank necklace. Wait, that's the earring. No, I'm gonna get the necklace. Gotta be very strategic with these purchases. First of all, get this materia back. Alright. Alright, we bought one piece of gear and we're at 705. Problem solved. That was easy. I was kind of concerned there. I was like, well, how am I gonna... Well, we're definitely gonna have a problem with the second dungeon. 705 is the magic number for patch 7.2, which means it's also the magic number for the second 8-man raid, which is the one that I need to do. If I'm gonna get this, if I'm gonna get my gear up fast, I'm gonna have to spam tanking for that, which I should probably do right now on stream. But let's get this dungeon out of the way first, and then we'll do that. We're not, unfortunately, tonight I will not be able to finish the whole thing. Like, I can't do the content that was released today because I'm like gear locked. I gotta go and do the 8-man raid. What we'll do is we'll do the 8-man raid after this, and then we'll just go from there. So let's go with these people. I get to tank. I could do this with other random people, but I want all the gear to myself. I don't want people greed rolling on stuff because I want all the gear because I'm behind. That's the benefit of taking the AI with you when you get your one-time story deal where you can take the AI with you. Because all subsequent runs will have to be done with other people. Unless I have these characters max level, which I don't, so... Alright, I'm main tank on this one, yeah. Here we go, Royal Guard.
There are beasts ahead of you. They must have gotten in and made themselves
themselves at home.
Oh. Okay. Okay. Watch me now. Is there only these two? Is there any more secret stuff that I should know about? Let me see. Get some stuff. Let's go do a big pull. I don't know if the healer can keep up. I'm gonna try anyway. Let's go. Come over here. Get over here. Get over all. Get these people over here. Get over here. Come on. Uh-huh. Yeah, we can do. Okay, the benefit of me tanking is I can do the big pulls. Kryle's doing pretty good. Is she's healing me, right? Yeah. Wait, what's Graha doing? No, Graha's the healer. What the heck? Oh, Kryle's a painter. She's a painter from Expedition 33. Hey, they did something to... oh, this must be the Gunbreaker's new move?
There should be an access hatch nearby that leads inside. Look for an opening.
Okay. Let's just go down here. Oh, I see some sandworm. I see a sandworm. Get this one to follow me. The antlion? What is this, an antlion? Get all these people over here. Come over here. Get all the people. Alright. Yeah. Oh, what the heck? I almost did. Yeah, I can hear that Final Fantasy IX music playing. That's good. That's the good stuff they got going. What was that? Sand.
I'm detecting something big. You'll have to deal with it to continue on.
Antlion. Alright. It's Gargant. Oh, it's the Gargant. It's the one from Disc 2. Why do we have to kill a Gargant? These things are nice. Where'd he go? Oh. Can I interrupt him? Okay, apparently I can't interrupt that. What are these rocks? He's gonna come down the middle again? How do you know which way he's gonna come out of? I don't see any indicator.
Hold on.
$87,000 damage critical as a tank. With minimum item level. I'm doing this at minimum item level. That's how it always is when I come back to this game. I'm always at minimum item level, apparently. At least it didn't take long to get caught up, though, for this one. Hey, Graha needs to heal. What's her name? Yo. Why did we have to kill the Gargant? Gargant was really nice. That was the thing that they used to get around.
The access hatch and head inside.
I got nothing from that. How did we get in here last time? They were saying, oh, the castle's hidden. We were in here literally last year. Oh, but it was like a it was a memory. It was in living memory. Yeah, that's some powerful gunbreaker combo, right? That's a big AoE combo. And I don't understand what, like, why the AI doesn't like focus fire down anything. They'll just do their own thing, which is annoying because it takes forever to clear these.
Everkeep's construction was apparently a constant battle against the rising water level. Even during the war, the people labored to maintain the castle. It meant a lot to them. It's upsetting to think that Preservation's terminal is in this place.
Hold on. Someone's jamming communications. Stay alert.
Someone's jamming the communications. Get these ones also. Hold on, why are they... What the heck? Some random was back there? I didn't grab all of them?
Allow me.
Wokelmont got pushed back. That was interesting. By them all being stuck back there, that actually went by faster. This one actually seems like the clear is a little bit faster than normal.
Hold on. So, you have come. Let us measure your strength.
Did I get the... How did we get that treasure chest, didn't I? What's he doing? Left? Huh? Okay, it's gonna always be the last one. It's the last one. The last one's gonna determine which side it's going on. Field of Scorn. Ooh. We need to spread out. Oh boy. Okay, I'm going over here.
The beginning.
Try this.
I do think that the Souls genre of games are making other games more challenging.
Hardly a challenge, I see.
I feel like they're influencing other genres like this game. Combat in this game, like, the battles are so much like the boss battles like that. You have to react to the events way faster than in the older expansions. Oh, this is the inside of Alexandria Castle. Oh, that's cool, because in the Alexandria one last summer, it was... Oh wow, okay. They got some big robots in here. They got some Nier Automata style robots.
True 14 is the first game I have played that gives me a warning before going into a cutscene log.
Yeah.
If I was Square Enix, I would collaborate with Miyazaki for FF17. It would destroy E33.
Wait, what? Wait, well, so they did collaborate with Yoko Taro in Shadowbringers for the 24-man raid. That was the Nier crossover. I don't see them collaborating with From Software for like an entire thing, but maybe they could do something like that for a 24-man raid, or maybe the 8-person raid. Most likely the 24-man raid is the one that I can see them doing something like that, because they've done it before, and I feel like they have more freedom with the 24-man, because the big raid is casual content, and there's not as much of it. There's 3, well, technically, okay, it's like you get 3 tiers of the 8-man raid, and you get 3 of the other one. But I personally, I feel like more people, I don't know, I could be wrong. I think that's an interesting idea, but I totally see them doing something like that for the 24-person raid. Maybe the 8-person, but based off of what I've seen them do, it's more likely that you would see them collaborate with another company like From Software for a 24-man raid versus like anything else. But yeah, that is something that I could see them do. I do kind of think though that like those games have already kind of influenced this game, and this game influenced the From Software guys, because a lot of the Elden Ring Night Rain bosses play kind of like bosses from this game. The way that the phases are significantly different. It's basically like Savage mode in this. Let's see, let me just go upstairs while this guy's attacking me. Just put my regen, put my shields up. What else we got up here? Oh, there's a big guy over here. This is probably the boss door. Alright, get this one out of here. What's this? Let's see, what is this thing? I'll get this guy over here. Let's go. Stun him. 5-second stun. So I know you haven't completed the Dawntrail story. Out of all of the Final Fantasy XIV expansions, which one was your favorite? Assuming you've played all the prior ones.
You are untroubled thus far, but I have something that may test you yet.
I haven't gotten any gear from this place so far. I've gotten like nothing for Gunbreaker. I've gotten some gear for other roles. Alright, here we go, final boss. And then we'll probably go do the 8-man for some gear. I need to roll on accessories. Oh, Valia Pira, I would have never guessed this. I would have never guessed this. Were we supposed to go around the castle?
Data. Very well. Let us see how you perform against this.
This is the boss from Kuja's Desert Palace. We were supposed to... Oh, we were supposed to... In Final Fantasy IX, you're supposed to go around and turn on or turn off the candles or something to weaken this thing. Otherwise, this thing has all of its defense mechanisms. We're just gonna fight at 100%. It has no idea it's getting into a battle against a Saiyan. Yeah. Endwalker, in terms of story, you like Shadowbringers more. That's kind of how I feel, actually. I kind of think I liked Endwalker the most. What the heck? Am I supposed to stand here? Oh, am I supposed to get it to... Oh. Oh, okay. You want it to be...
Let us introduce more weaponry.
More weaponry? Edenverse?
Allow me.
Bruh, quit overlapping me. Oh, bruh, I'm gonna get hit really hard right there. All three of us got hit. We did that wrong.
Let us see.
We did that very wrong.
Perhaps a new approach to assess your adaptability.
This guy said adaptability. This ain't no Dark Souls 2. Oh boy. Oh boy. Wait, how was that wrong? Oh, because it's angled. I see.
Still alive. How unfortunate. For you to die here, it would save me trouble later.
Alright, what's gonna happen? Which way are they going? That one's gonna go on there. Which means it's gonna hit both. Oh, okay. We need to stand here. And then that's gonna go that way, and that one's gonna hit this way, so stand over here.
I'm beginning to understand how you were able to defeat Queen Eternal.
Just the beginning.
Komat's using that. That one's gonna blast out this way. Alright. That was a memorable boss from 9.
We have enough to proceed with an analysis.
They were collecting data like it's a machine learning. They were doing some machine learning algorithm to train the AI. I wouldn't be surprised if that's where the story goes. But I have a feeling I know where it's going in terms of Final Fantasy IX villain. Oh, okay. I got some good. Okay, I got new boots. Item level 725. I need to be at what is it? This was 705, 7, so add 15, 720. 720 is the new magic number I need to be at. I'm at 705 currently. So yeah, we're gonna have to run the 8-man. I have to do like all 4 of them.
Calix was measuring our strength. Is that why he contrived to lead us here?
It looks like we've cleared away the machines and beasts. But who knows what else he might have in store. From here on out, Sveen and Shale will move with us. Let's find that terminal. Let's stay alert for more threats.
Gotta find the terminal.
Before my illness left me bedridden, I used to walk through here on my way to watch Otis and Zelenia train. You knew Otis, if I'm not mistaken. Zelenia was his second in command in the Royal Knights of Alexandria. Oh, how I loved to see the two of them spar. I once dreamed of fighting by their side, so I studied the magical arts under my tutor. But when I was 15, the storm surge broke out, and both my father and mother passed away. As the new queen, I was forbidden from taking to the battlefield, for our nation would fracture had I died without a successor. Though, in the end, I could barely move. I regret that I didn't go out there and fight. At least while I still could. My endless self lamented not being able to protect the realm with benevolence. 'Tis a feeling to which I can relate.
Sveen.
Ah, forgive me. 'Twas not my intent to darken the mood. Come, let us press on.
Now that I think about it, Endwalker was the one that had Graha.
This is one big castle, though. How far does this hallway go?
As a non, mysterious character.
What?
Uh-oh.
What happened? Oh, it seems our guest brought company. So this was your doing? It was. We installed a teleporter that is triggered by the presence of the key, you see? Ah, I'm afraid etheric transmissions cannot penetrate the walls of the throne room. It will take your friends a good while to find you.
I confess the Valia Pira did not suffice to assess your capabilities. So I shall try something else.
He looks like he's carrying an iPad. Huh?
You are free to use anything at your disposal. The better you fight, the more accurate my data. Attaining a precise measure of your strength, that is the most expeditious way to reclaim the key to which you so stubbornly cling.
What?
Ah, noble Zelenia, dashing as ever. These villains mean to do us harm. Strike them down, I bid you. What? This machine is Zelenia. Indeed it is. We couldn't preserve her memories while she lived, so she has been reconstructed from our recollections of her. The endless me being created in answer to the earnest desires of Alexandrians. That I can accept. But to twist the memories of those I held dear and treat them as playthings. This disgrace I cannot abide! Loath though I am to comply with their demands, this monstrosity must be destroyed. Not least of all for Zelenia's honor. If she was indeed created from my memories, even if I cannot fight, I may be able to offer you counsel. So please, lend me your strength and end this farce.
Very well. I knew it. I knew he was gonna pull out the stone. He was gonna use the magic stone.
There it is.
There it is. Indeed. Okay, so this is how they weeded this. They weave this into the story now, kind of like what they did with. I almost completely forgot that they did that in Endwalker's post-game story. All right, we are gonna have to queue up for this. I assume I can, and I can't. I need to be level 715. This okay, so we're locked. We can't go beyond this point. So this is the next trial fight then. So this is the 7.2 trial fight. Because there's no 7.1 trial fight. The only trial fight they add is like the Minstrel's Ballad. They do the extreme version of the final boss. So the second patch, which is this one, has this one. Alright, so we're gonna have to go and get gear apparently. Because we don't have gear. So unfortunately, like, we have to go back downstairs. We have to go over here. I need to go get more gear. This one needs 715. 715. We might as well just do the Arcadian raid at this point. Like the next tier. That's probably what I'm gonna do, actually. Let me see. How much is the weapon? The weapon would be. I can get the 720 weapon, but that might not even be worth getting at this point. It might actually. No, you know what? I might need to get that weapon, the 720. I need to upgrade this weapon to 720. And then I have to go and farm Alexandrian or the Arcadian. 720 weapons. Oh, but I need the Universal Tombstone, which is gonna be like another thing. All right, so hold on. I gotta take a quick break and figure out what I'm gonna do. We may just not. I don't know. We may just be at a stopping point for this stream because I'm so behind. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get the 720 weapon. Because the weapon's 700, I'm gonna have to change that. And then all the other things I can get from the raid. Yeah. Okay. So I need Universal Tombstone. Where do I get that? Let me see. What does this look like? You'll have to get this, and then I'll just have to get Universal Tombstone. I think you get that from. Is it over here? Oh, you get Universal Tombstone from this. How many of these do I have? Apparently I have 17 of these. Universal Tombstone. Alright, and then... Actually, hold on a second. Can I get some gear from this? Oh, wait a minute. What? Hold up. I can get 710. It's not going to be enough, though. It's not... I can only replace, like, my 700? It's better to get 720. I'm probably going to have to just skip that. But the 720 weapon is what I'm definitely going to get. This one. Okay, then we need to grab these. Get these materials out of here. Alright, that bumps me to 709. The weapon makes a big difference, and it's easier to just do... Hold on, now let's get another 720. Let me see, what can I get? I can get a ring. Yeah, I can get a ring. I've got a 710 and a 700. Yeah, I need to get the ring, I guess. Ring offending. Okay, that will replace this. Because everything I have is like 7 some stuff. Okay. Okay, now that puts me at 710. So I only need 5 more item levels. But see, the problem is all of this stuff that I can get is only 710, and I can't. I mean, it's useless. It's not gonna move the average fast enough. So we are going to have to do the raid. We're gonna have to go do the raid. This is what I personally do to get caught up. I mean, this kind of forces me into doing the raid. We're gonna skip the entire story of the Arcadian because the stream's we're already like at 3 hours. So we're gonna skip this whole story and just go straight to the fights to queue up as Gunbreaker for insta-queue. I'm currently at item level 710, which means I can definitely get into this. All right, this is content from 7.2, so we are doing like the content from March. All right, we're just gonna have to skip this. And then wait for, I guess, the sister? Is it the older sister? Oh, no, it's her. What? Skip. What am I supposed to do? Huh? What? Yeah, I can swap my bracelets. And then I need to try to get rid of all this stuff. We may be running the raid for a while. I hope it's not limited to once per week. Are they gonna talk to the Bomber DX guy? Well, this is one way to force me to get caught up on the raid gear, because I'm gear locked. Hopefully this doesn't take so long though. This is gonna be a while, guys. I have to allocate like 45 minutes more for this, even with skipping cutscenes. It's because we gotta do all the fights. Speak with the Arcadian attendant. I'm going the wrong way. Fantastic. I know a lot of people recently started playing Guild Wars 2 again. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure what's going on. I know they're getting an expansion, I think, later this year. But if I were to go back to Guild Wars 2, I'd be so lost, I would have no idea what I'm supposed to do. Alright, here we go. The Dancing King. Let's do this. Alright, hurry up, let's go. Bam. There. Cruiserweight M1 now accessible. Let's queue up for it instantly. Wait. That's trial. Wait, what? I can't do it? What? This is 715? This requires item level 715? Wait, what? That's even higher than... Oh, it's the same? What? Well, that changes everything. Well, I'm gonna have to see as far... I'm gonna have to bring my item level as far as possible, and then I'm gonna have to queue up for the dailies. Wait, I don't even have enough stuff to get any of this. Oh, I can try to... This currency, where do I go to do? I gotta go to Mordona to turn in this stuff for some cash. I've got some discontinued aesthetics. I'm gonna get probably like enough to buy like shoes or something. I don't know. What do I need to replace? The most important thing I need to replace is the gloves. The gloves or the helmet. They're 700. I gotta bump those to 720. Man. Wow, this is so lame. Only 164? That's not even enough to get anything. Alright, I'm gonna have to queue up for something. I gotta queue up for something because it's just this ain't gonna happen. Alright, let's queue up for normal. We're almost capped on this. Alright, let's go. Normal raid, do it. This is why I play tank when I come back to these games. So I don't have to wait around. I gotta do everything as fast as possible to get caught up. And the fastest way to do that is to queue up as a tank or a healer. But I feel like the healer's job is harder than the tank's job. There was an era where I never tanked in this game. I thought tanking was hard for some reason. I don't know why. Until I learned how easy it was. And then now I barely ever play healer anymore as a result. Yeah, I can tell my item level is so low because looking at the Paladin has 243k HP and I've only got like 192k, and we're both tanks. Oh, you know what I can do? After I clear this, how much do I get from this? 10 plus 9, I get 100 of this, so that would put me at 3. I can buy 320 after I do this, And then I can trade in whatever for this gear to get this to 710. I can get a 710, maybe 2 710s?
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
I don't know if I'll even be able to hold aggro compared to the Paladin because my item level's so low. You know what? Just let her grab the aggro because it's like whatever. I can't even hold the aggro because my item level's lower than the Paladin's. It's so much lower.
There is no limit to Electro's potential.
715. No, not for Savage. It's for the normal mode. 715 is needed for the normal mode. I can't even get into the normal mode. That's what I'm trying to do. So I'm stuck having to do the daily for the tomes so I can actually get caught up. And this won't take that long. Wow, I think we're not going to show much more on this stream though, because I'm so behind.
Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that massive cannon. Her spears are as sharp as ever.
Haven't done this since last year. And I still remember it. It's a very memorable fight. This is the final boss of the first raid.
A vicious blow! Oh, that'll leave a mark.
Take this! If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's grave wings. Ha! Oh, wickedly divine!
How's this?
Oh dear, the challenger has fallen out of the ring.
This takes about, what, like 10 minutes or so?
They're back on their feet.
Or like 7 minutes. Our DPS feels kind of low for this. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like this should be going by faster. Maybe I'm just not remembering it that well. I remember the first couple of weeks it was really long because people didn't have the gear. See, we should be able to 2-cycle this. I've seen groups clear this faster than the way we're clearing this. Okay, actually, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it does. Okay. There's been groups that have been very fast that I haven't been watching the pattern. Oh boy. 2. Stay. Okay. Oh.
And they're done! Is it over already?
People died. We lost the Dragoon and the Samurai. Wow.
They're still in it! But for how long?
So yeah, that's why I feel like healing in this game is harder than tanking. I think in World of Warcraft, healing is easier than tanking. But in this game, healing is harder than tanking. Because in this game, you're also expected to do damage as a healer. And you have to look out for basically the people that keep messing up and getting vulnerability stacks. Oh wow. Okay, so she's gonna go to her final thing now because, yeah. So she's gonna do this, and then she's... Okay, so this group is actually clearing her faster than I remember because she's at 9%. She will die here doing the... Okay, so... Wow. Yeah, see, so we will do this. Yeah, she will die. We will keep losing those two. The Dragoon and the Samurai just keep dying. So it's like, that's why it's taking so long. It's taking longer than it should because we keep losing our 2 melees. Which are the highest DPSers. Well, I mean, the Black Mage does a lot of damage though. But see, even despite that, we're still clearing her faster than the people from the groups last year. That shows the difference that the item level is making. Yeah. Okay, so this, I'm just gonna roll on everything, really.
It's all over. Until next.
I just realized I have a bunch of this stuff. People don't really... I'm just gonna need on everything, because... Did I even have... Okay, that I don't need. Someone else can have that thing. We're gonna try to use this to get at least the 710 gears. I'm just gonna roll on everything, guys. That Dragoon is new, so that's why. And so is the Samurai. Let me see. Let me check this guy's stuff. This dude has a 750. He has an item level 750. Okay. This guy's got better gear than me. He got one piece that's terrible, though. It's like a 690. This guy's got all the crafted gear. This guy's got the gear for, like, Savage. What? For, like, day 1 Savage. And he hasn't done this? I don't know what happened, bruh. But, oh, I gotta give it to the Samurai, because I don't know. That guy kind of disconnected. That guy, I think, disconnected or lagged out or something. I don't know what happened, bruh. Alright. Okay, that, hopefully, let me see. Can I get the magic number? Can I get to my much needed item level 715? Let's see. I can buy a 720, I know that. My weakest gear piece is my gloves. And this bracelet. I can get rid of all my... actually, hold on. I can't get rid of all... Oh, yeah, I can get rid of all my 700s. I just realized I can do it. I can get, Yeah, I can get rid of all 3 of these for 710s. And I can get a 720 bracelet. Because this is a 700. So we're gonna go with, 720 bracelet. That puts me at 712. That puts me at 712. I just need to get rid of those 700 and we're good. So for that we'll turn them to 710s. Alright, so we're gonna get rid of the chest piece. Basically all 3 of these. Let's get rid of the chest first. Code of Fending. Hold on, let's see. What does that do for my item level? Got all this materia. Oh, what the heck? Am I out of space? Oh, I'm out of space. Okay, that puts me at 713. 713. Now I just need... I can replace the gloves or the helmet. Or both. Get these 710 gloves. Now what? 714. Now I'm at 714. Alright, so we are gonna have to replace everything then. This should get me to 715. Getting rid of the 700 for a 710. $715. There we go. I knew I was gonna have to get that 720 weapon though. We're back in business. This is the weirdest looking outfit. What is this? You gotta glamour this. This looks so bad. Where's the I guess I could look like the Warrior of Light. I don't have a I can dress like this thing. What is this? That's not a tank. Look like Clive from Final Fantasy 15 or this gladiator guy. Or just regular gunbreaker. You know what? I think I'm just gonna go and turn into this. There. Okay. Queue up for the... Oh, hold on. Yikes. I already saved that. Queue up for the raid. Or the trial. Recollection. Average time 8 minutes. This is what I mean, because when you asked me the question, like how long would it take someone to go from a Reborn without skipping cutscenes, this is the thing that I'm talking about. Like this adds to the amount of time. So it says it'll take 8 minutes, and the problem is no healer. Although it keeps saying need tanks, so maybe we'll get a group. We're gonna need healers for this thing. Oh, lucky. Oh man, so lucky. Sometimes it just pops like that. Oh, okay, here we go. We're back in business. Here we go. Continuing the story. Business as usual. That didn't take so long to catch up because luckily I had stocked up a bunch of those parts from the first raid tier.
I am Selenia Trianta Philly, Royal Knight of Alexandria, and sworn blade of Her Majesty the Queen.
Am I going in? Am I going in as the tank? Do I need to do a countdown? 13-second countdown. I guess I'm tanking this. I have no idea what to do, but okay.
Upon my blade, I swear, no harm shall come to
Alright, here we go. This is it.
You will not defile Zelenia's memory any longer.
What do we do? What do we do? Stand out. Get in. Oh, I guess I was slow to get in.
The sting of my divine blade.
Uh-oh.
I know this technique. You must keep moving.
Oh, yeah, okay. Keep moving. Veligaramanda. Magic the Gathering.
How about you?
Oh, here we go. What? Oh! Oh man, I don't know what's happening. Okay, I gotta weaken her because
I will suffer none to threaten Alexandria. Heavens roar!
I'm going in here. Wait for it, wait for it. Okay.
Have care. Zelenia was capable of much, much more.
I will show you the soul.
Oh, she's gonna push us to the sides. Down for the count.
For the honor and glory of Alexandria, I strike! No more games!
Quickly! Away from the sigils!
Okay.
The sigils channel magic. Be on your guard.
Huh?
You've no time even to fear my wrath.
You must brace for blade and magic both.
How about you?
Oh, we gotta get over here. Oh, not this again. I'm like super low on health. Oh, I should have used my... Yeah, I should use my invulnerability. Whoa, a bunch of people are dead. Oh, this might be a wipe.
There is no escape. Surge!
Should we go over here? Oh, what the?
you!
They're gonna get hit by the thing though. Yeah. Can't go there yet. Now you go. Oh, wait a minute.
I know this.
We can't stand on the sigil though.
And yet,
okay.
I have pledged my life to the kingdom.
Oh boy. Okay, hold on, hold on. I'm in the middle, hold on.
My resolve shall never waver. I am sworn to protect my queen. I will die before I yield.
What's she doing? What? Okay, so you can stand near it, you just don't want to stand in it. Oh boy, I wasn't paying attention.
that's right. Zelenia was always there to protect me.
There's a lot of people that are new. There's a lot of people dying. So there's a lot of people like me that are coming back to the game. This is going painfully slow. But everybody's got, like, except for me, everyone's got, like, much better gear than
Taste my steel. Rage and royal.
Oh, this again. Oh boy. Alright, hold on. I'm just gonna put this way out here.
How about you?
She's doing her thing. Get on this side. Oh boy, that summoner died. Okay, I gotta heal. I gotta protect these healers. I gotta use my shield on the healer just to help out. See, I have a feeling like if someone's never played this before and they watch this, they're gonna be like super confused as to what is going on. Oh boy. There's something weird happening. Oh, she's gonna do a double. But we need to stand. I'm gonna die to the bleeding. I died to the bleeding. I died to bleed damage. Hold on, I gotcha. I'll protect that guy. I saved the summoner. The summoner took that.
My steel! Rage and royal!
Oh boy.
How about you?
Do I need to be on a certain side of the thing? Like, why is everybody over there? Did I do something wrong? Oh, yeah, yeah. I'm taking all the bleed. All the bleed. There.
A disgraceful display. Forgive me, my queen. I have failed you.
She's based off of Beatrix from Final Fantasy IX. The summoner. Give it to the summoner. Even though the bard played way better. All right. Okay. All right, we're back in business.
Did you get what you needed?
I did. Though these figures will complicate matters.
Is that so? Well, if we are done here, then I shall end the transmission. Hold it! If you have no scruples about thus defiling the memories of Zelenia, then there is no way we will ever see eye to eye. You are not fit to be entrusted with the cherished memories of Alexandrians.
I, for one, have no wish to employ the fruits of my research in this manner. It is a waste of time and effort. But since I relinquished my flesh long ago, I must resort to every conceivable method, so long as the hero insists on keeping the key. Why do you so oppose our objective? With the key, we would be able to harvest ether from other reflections and bring forth more endless. We could give this chance to evolve not only to the people of the Ninth, but to those of the Source as well. I see no reason why you should reject such a boon.
Oh. So these people, the Alexandrians, come from the Ninth. So they come from another... Oh, it makes a lot of sense. Final Fantasy IX. You're aware of the connection between the worlds? How?
Oh, don't tell me you thought you were the only ones who knew. That is the height of hubris. Well, I'd say our conversation has run its course. Ultimately, what you think is immaterial, for the seeds we've sown have already quickened. The people have glimpsed hope in transcending death, and they can ill turn away from it. And thus does my role come to an end. The rest I leave in your capable hands, Calyx.
As a token of gratitude for consenting to my tests, I leave you with a gift. Be sure to take it with you.
Coca-Cola. Yeah, Final Fantasy IX is like one of the most favored Final Fantasy games for people that are demanding like a remake. Not necessarily like the Final Fantasy VII thing where they basically turned it into a trilogy. But that is one that was rumored to be... Nvidia, a few years ago, Nvidia actually leaked in like a GeForce Now thing, like a list of games, and Final Fantasy IX was on that list of games that were... It literally said like Final Fantasy IX Remake. I don't know if that was a typo or what, but... Yeah, that's the one that everyone keeps talking about. Shared paths. Oh, I need to know, what is the last quest on this list? Hold on, before we do that, I need to see how close I am to the end of this. It started with a glimmer of the past. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 2 more quests, and then I'm done. Looks like we're only doing 7.2. I'll have to do 7.3 on another stream.
Zelenia, it pains me to think that you're gone too.
Aha! Oh, we found you at last.
You had us quite worried when you suddenly disappeared. What in the world happened?
We got teleported, and then we had to fight this big thing.
Then preservation's objective is indeed what Calix claimed. But for them to know about the source and the shards, and to refer to theirs as the ninth, that raises some questions.
Indeed. But for now, I'm just glad the two of you are safe. Oh, right. While we were scouring the castle for you, we came upon a room that looked like a library.
By learning about the Alexandria of old, we may gain valuable insights into preservation. Might we take a number of books with us?
So books still remain. Of course. You are welcome to any that may be of use.
If you don't mind, could we take a look around here first? I'm especially curious about the area over by the throne.
The crown.
This tiara. It was hers. The Endless Fiend's. What's it doing here?
It's a type of regulator, I believe. It contains the data of the Endless Fiend's memories. Calix likely used it to create the simulant. Which means that as long as the tiara is in our keeping, we shouldn't need to deal with any more simulants. Strange that he would abandon it, though. Perhaps because the simulant already played her role, like she said. Or Calix made a copy of the memories.
It's gotta be the latter.
In any case, not much information of import appears to remain on this terminal. But I'll make it so we can access it remotely from the back room.
Kingdom Hearts 4, no, that's still way off. That's probably at least like 2 years away.
This contains the memories of another me. A tale of her journey as Queen of Alexandria.
She shouldn't put that on. That might be a trap.
Might I hold on to this tiara? You may examine it whenever you wish, of course.
It would be for the best, I think. Does that work for you, Shale?
That's gotta be a trap.
No objections from me.
I don't trust that tiara.
All right, I'm finished. Let's head to the library and then back outside.
Farewell, Selenia.
I would imagine Kingdom Hearts 4 will probably be a 2027 release at the earliest. And when I say 2027, I mean like the end of 2027, like late 2027. But most likely it might be an early 2028 release, but we'll see. What do I need to do? Contact the others? Who contact? What is Erenville doing? We haven't talked to him in a while. Gohan, this is a surprise. Was Wukalamat? What? It went by so fast I couldn't even read it. I see. Knowing I expect you already looking forward to the next obvious trap. Try not to overdo it. Okay. I'm in the outskirts at the moment. I've been helping the people with their work and talking to those I meet to gauge their sentiment. It's been uneventful for the most part, but there was one notable development. Following recent events, some here stopped wearing regulators. This has led to a disparity in what people remember about the Queen's death and the occasional episode of confusion. I'll be sure to let you know if there are any other changes. Well, that's good, because the people that aren't wearing it have the actual correct memory. Which obviously means there's brainwashing going on with those regulators. But excellent timing, my friend. I had a mind to call you myself to see how you were doing. Calyx. While something was obviously afoot, I couldn't have imagined that such an individual would be involved. 'Tis well you were able to prevent the simulant from sowing further uncertainty. That said, her absence may have consequences. Yeah, that crown was left there. That tiara was left there for a reason. It was done on purpose. It's a trap. I just know it. People of Alexandria still have great trust in Sphene. When they notice she has ceased to appear again, rumor and worry will spread. We must be mindful of the pronounced shift in the mood. But forgive me, it's been battle after battle for you, hasn't it? We can handle ourselves for now. Final Fantasy 17? I don't know when that's going to be announced. When do you think they would announce that? I think at the earliest they would announce that next summer. For like a... Well, they wouldn't say the release window or the release year even. They would just announce it probably next summer. So a year from now. And it would probably be... That's probably 2028 at the earliest. Well... Yeah, probably 2028 at the earliest. That's like 5 years since 16. So it would definitely be at the earliest 2028. They said that they wanted to release the game sooner though. For you to call out of the blue... What? You went all the way to the bottom of Everkeep and you didn't think to ask me? But I suppose what happened here? What? Someone else? They found someone else? I'm pleased to say we've received permission to begin administering the cure for Levin sickness to citizens. I'm actually due to visit a boy named Milos shortly to see how he's been responding. You've met him before with Lamati, I believe. The two of you should... The trailer looked impressive when it came out. Well, I don't know what they're doing. Square Enix is kind of in a weird spot because they've maintained the same game engine, a proprietary engine, since like basically Final Fantasy 13. Like this game, they basically took the Crystal tools and turned it into Luminous Engine, but they've been using Luminous Engine. Final Fantasy, this game, 14 and 15 were the first games to use Luminous. This used an older version of Luminous though, so this is actually more like Final Fantasy 13. 15 used the full Luminous engine. Forspoken used Luminous. 16 used a form of Luminous, but it's not officially Luminous. So I don't know. I don't know what they're doing for the next game. If it isn't Gohan, is something the matter? So, preservation is behind the recent intrigue. It doesn't surprise me. I'm glad to hear you are none the worse for your trials. As for myself, I've just concluded a meeting with Gosen. I told him about the cure for Levin sickness, and we formed a tentative plan to treat all of those affected. I am now otherwise unoccupied. And if this Calyx is obsessed with the key, then I ought to begin studying it in full detail. Okay, well that's everybody. I did my duty. Apparently I was supposed to contact the others. What did the others have to say, if I may ask? They said a bunch of random stuff, the usual. They finished treating Milos, then we will have to go see him. Would you mind if I accompanied you? I understand he's afflicted with the self-same condition as I, and I cannot help but go see. Of course, we don't mind at all, although she's gonna look like the queen, so I don't know. I shall take myself around. I share Alphinaud's concern about the queen's absence, and even setting that aside, the situation is not like to resolve itself without the endless. While everyone's out and about, I'll try to pick up Calix's trail. I'll see if I can dig up some information about the key for Y'shtola as well. I'll help you. It seems we all have things to do. Still, there's no telling what else Calix might have planned. Right, let's go to Milos' apartment. It's in residential radius 914. Well, yeah, because 7, they have like 3 years to get that game out. Actually, that game came out last year, didn't it? So that how many years was Rebirth? Remake was 20. Was that 2019 or 2020? It was like 4 to 5 years. Man, Square Enix for real. Like their time frame to release those type of games takes way too long, in my opinion. It's 5 years. What? Hold on. When was Rebirth? Our remake. Let me see. The release date for Final Fantasy VII Remake was 2020, and Rebirth was 2024. It was last year. So that means that's literally 4 years. So 2028. 2028 would be the final. 2027 or 28, but I think most likely 2028 would be the final in the trilogy. How do I get out of here? Oh. I didn't cover as much as I wanted, but at least we are going to be able to finish 7.2. Which means I will finally be caught up to where the latest update started, which was literally today. So it didn't take that long to get caught up. Where is the... Huh? Oh.
I once hoped that Milos at least might be made an endless. Then he wouldn't need to suffer anymore.
You feel different now?
Thanks to Alizé, Milos is on the road to recovery. He can grow up and live a normal life. And I want to be there with him every step of the way. To grow old with him as his mother and not something else.
That should do it. You're doing well, I'm glad to say.
Thank you, Alice.
You're welcome, Milos. Now, you'll feel breathless for a little while still, but don't fret. It'll get easier to speak with time. That said, we can't rule out the possibility of a relapse. As a precaution, I would keep him away from lightning-infused objects.
Lightning. Does that include regulators?
It does. I understand if it's difficult for you to part with something that you've worn for so long, though, so it's entirely up to you.
No. For Milos' sake, I will do it. And if the environment here isn't good for him, I must consider moving outside the dome.
You two would be more than welcome in Tulihyolal.
It's very assuring to hear that. If you don't mind, could you tell me about the process?
It should take 3 to 4 years.
Happy. I can talk again.
From the previous one.
Before, I couldn't even thank my mother for caring for me. But now we can talk lots. I can tell her that I'm happy. That I like it when she strokes my hair.
Your mother is happy to talk to you as well, I'm sure.
Queen Sphene always cheered me up. Always said that she would cure me. Today, I'll practice walking with Mother. And next time, I'll go and visit you.
Thank you for explaining everything.
We'll come again to check on you. So if you have any other questions, just let me know. Right. Let's get going, shall we?
Please come back soon. You too, miss.
No, I think it'll be a PS5. It'll be a cross-generational game. Just like Remake was. Where Remake released first on PS4.
So well.
The Endless Me gave him the strength to hang on, and she didn't rely on any special power to do so.
She wanted her people to be happy. Even though we had to fight, her love for them was very real. And it reached Milos.
I wish to be there to watch him grow as well. To make my way beside the people of Alexandria. In the name of his evolution, Calix has wrought much unease and misery, and I cannot condone his path. No, I shall forge ahead on a path of my own. One that honors the memory of my other self.
Seekers of Eternity. This is the final quest.
Citizens of Alexandria, please be advised. The distribution of neo-regulators has concluded. We ask that all recipients equip their regulators and promptly complete device registration. The evolution of our kind is at hand. Together we shall rise above death and bask in the infinite possibilities of eternal life.
Who was talking?
What is this? Evolution? What evolution?
Those with neo-regulators will become endless, apparently.
You mean there's no more? Well, don't you feel lucky?
Don't look at me like that. Queen's Fiend said there were only so many.
I haven't registered mine yet. The more I thought about it, the more unsure I felt about becoming an Endless.
Well, I registered right away. Anything to stop those terrible nightmares of being killed by mechanical soldiers.
Ultimately, what you think is immaterial, for the seeds we've sown have already quickened. The people have glimpsed hope in transcending death, and they can ill turn away from it. I see. The terror of their first encounter with death still lingers in their hearts. Having previously been spared even the idea of it, they know not how to handle the emotions.
The funeral was meant to give everyone the chance to come to terms with loss, to grieve and move forward together. But everyone who was wearing a regulator had their memories of that moment erased. And to see those oblivious, happy souls, those who remembered must have wondered if it might not be better to be like them, to go back to a time when death didn't exist.
And now they've been presented with the chance to do just that by becoming an Endless. It's not hard to see why they would consider it.
Handhelds with AI plus 395 Max are being announced.
If this fear of death
They will
continues to
destroy the
spread among
Xbox
people,
Ally X before it
what
even
will
comes
become
out
of
raw.
Alexandria? The gifts for our friends will have to wait. We should return to the back room at once.
Yeah, but the price point on those handhelds with the AI Max is probably going to be very expensive. Because I don't see how they're going to sell those. Because that chip by itself is very expensive. It's a very large chip. So yeah, it would be faster than the Xbox Ally, but it is also going to be significantly more money. So it's all relative. It's going to scale linearly in terms of price point, I'm sure. It is weird though. There's all these handhelds that are popping up all of a sudden though. Like lots of different options if somebody wanted a handheld, whether it's running Linux or Windows.
Oh, you're safe. That broadcast had us worried. The entire populace is on edge.
So Alphino and the others are still out there.
We have a situation on our hands. A civilian has been killed by a mechanical soldier here on Trueview. Wayakoi is on the scene and reports that the problem unit has been subdued by another sentry.
That doesn't make sense. Only someone with the King of Resolve's authority could order a soldier to do that.
Not good. I tried to check the status of the authority but was blocked from the core system. Given recent developments, I'd wager that Calyx is responsible for this.
Perhaps we should go and see for ourselves.
It's me. There's been an incident in the outskirts. A mechanical soldier attacked a local resident, for no apparent reason. Fortunately, several nearby hunters dealt with the rogue machine, so everyone is safe. But if other soldiers were to... Wait. Is that... Oh gods. More hostile sentries are bound for the settlement. I'll try to lure them away and then lose them somehow.
Ill tidings, I take it.
Mm-hmm.
In the outskirts too?
You'll go and help Erenville, won't you? We couldn't forgive ourselves if he came to harm. I'll have Geo join you from Earth and Sky.
I'm coming too. I can't stay here while my people are in danger.
Let's go.
Okay. We gotta go to outskirts. No sign of Erenville. We gotta go look for him now. Alright. Let's go find this guy. Why is this map so big? I need to like zoom out. So it looks like it took me probably close to 4 hours. Now I know I was off task a lot in this stream, especially in the first hour. So I'd say it takes about 4 hours, it seems. Found him. That was a close call. All right. We were quite worried when we couldn't find you. We encountered soldiers on the way here. The ones here also attacked without any warning. Hopefully the others were able to escape. trying to remember Endwalker's story. Endwalker had, let's see, 0.1, 0.2. Okay. 0.3. Was that 0.4? What is this? That doesn't seem right. Wait a minute, really? Hold on, I think it was those two. Oh no, this is 0.1. 0.1. No. It was base game. So 0.1 would not have had one. This would have been 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5. This is some extra thing. I don't know what that's from. Because I never did that, right? Oh, I did do this. So wait a minute, what? Change to the Tower of Babel. I don't remember anymore. Man, I forgot Endwalker's post game. I know it had that Reaper. It was Final Fantasy IV base. Man, I gotta go back and look through that because I completely forgot. I know Golbez was a boss at some point.
Right. We're none the worse for the wear. But let's see what the situation is here.
Geode and his people came and joined us while we were searching for you. After which we happened to encounter Malachite. His usher duties brought him here, and he has quite the story to tell.
It's a bit puzzling, to say the least. Even so, I'll try my best to explain. I was called to attend to the unfortunate soul slain by the mechanical soldier. Yet, when I arrived, I found no body, only a pile of dust, which the wind quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents, but none knew what had become of it.
How odd. Did they remember the victim at least?
They did. Their memories of the deceased weren't sent to the cloud, I don't believe. Yet, no body remained.
If someone took it, surely they would have been noticed.
With your permission, I shall return to the government sector for now. Please take care.
Very strange stuff is going on.
This is terrible. Why would they make the soldiers do this?
If preservation is behind the attacks, I fear this won't be the end of it.
All the Neo-regulators have been distributed, and potentially 5,000 Endless are about to be born. What does Calyx hope to achieve with these killings? Does he seek to frighten people into registering them? Or perhaps...
They all think at the same time. They all get their scouters at the same time.
You answered. Shale told me what happened. Is everything all right?
Yeah.
I see. 'Tis a relief to hear that Erenville is safe. Alas, I do not have good news to share in return. A driver lost control of his vehicle when its interface became unresponsive, and it crashed into the Nexus arcade, injuring several people. Kryl and I are helping to render aid, but with the sentries behaving strangely, we can't afford to lower our guard. Remain vigilant, my friend.
There was an accident. Seems like all the technology stuff is getting taken over.
A hover cargo on TrueView threw off its driver, and it's rampaging through the area as we speak.
Alphino had a similarly troubling report for me. Apparently, a riderless machine in the government sector came to life near a crowd clamoring for neo-regulators. It proceeded to mow down several citizens, causing serious injuries.
This is a tragedy. We must go and help the people.
Sphene, wait! I'm coming with you.
Alphino is with Y'shtola, and he said they'll be all right. I'll go and see if other incidents have occurred elsewhere. From here, I'll head towards the quarry by way of the Drift Downs.
Certainly a lot of hover cargoes coming and going in those parts. I'll join you.
I shall remain here and speak further with the locals. I have company now, so you needn't worry about me.
Then let's return to Solution 9. If we hurry, we can catch up to Lamachi and Sphene.
Sphene's gone on ahead. I leave her with you.
Bloody things have gone mad.
Yeah, I played a little bit of it. That is actually one of the better Switch 2 games that was available at launch.
Why is this happening?
I think that is kind of one of the games to actually have on Switch 2. I don't have all the launch titles. Like, I don't have Cyberpunk 2077 on Switch 2, and I also don't have that one weird game that Capcom made. It's like a really strange game. What is it? Kutsami Gami? Kunitsu Gami, I think, whatever. Yeah, I don't have that, and I don't have Cyberpunk. Those are like the two launch titles that I don't have.
Everyone,
but yeah, Fantasy Life is really good.
And make your way to resolution. This is just like before.
I wasn't expecting this to happen in the very last quest of this patch.
I don't have any souls left. I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
That was very OP. That shield that he used. That big barrier.
Are you all...
Just threw like a Bob Ross paint blob at that thing and it killed him.
No! No! Why did you do that? Why? You can't just leave me alone like this. If we had been endless, then you'd still be here. You'd still be with me. But now...
Are you alright?
So many hurt. So many dead. This is wrong. This is all wrong.
Oh, what? It's not voiced? 'Tis small solace amidst this tragedy. The machine rampage seems to have been only temporary. Soldiers and vehicles alike ceased to operate all at once as if they had fulfilled their purpose. It's the same outside Everkeep, though members of Oblivion are keeping watch for good measure. The first attacks came shortly after the announcement that Neo regulators had run out. It can't have been a coincidence. I struggle to imagine that anyone but Calyx could gain control of the soldiers. This must have served his ends. Golja, are you still without your authority? It's fine now, I'm in control again. We might take the opportunity to shut down the machines. There's no guarantee this won't happen again. Lamanti just talked with Everkeep's administrators about that. The mechanical soldiers don't only serve as guards, they also perform various vital tasks like providing medical treatment and managing food production. If we shut them down, we'd struggle to render aid to the citizens, let alone restore their lives to normal. I made it so they can't use weapons anymore, though. Hopefully that helps. It seems the best approach for now. Thank you for your swift action, Golja. Forgot why does he have to... Oh, because his father was the guy that was in control. This powerlessness I can't abide any longer. No matter how much hardship and loss we could endure, if there was but happiness at the end, yet all I see now is suffering and misery. And I cannot bear it. I want to protect the people. For their happiness, I would do anything and everything. So please, please lend me your aid. Oh, Sphene, you found the words I wished you'd said back then. Our strength is yours. Together we'll get through this. Let us split up and get to work. Might I trouble you to report to Shale? Meteon was what happened to Meteon? So okay, that's a good question. Meteon and Xenos, it's still unknown what happened to them. Because you defeat Meteon at the end of Endwalker's expansion story. And then you basically, and then you have to fight Xenos, you know, one-on-one, and then the credits roll. And it doesn't actually do, like, yeah, we don't know what happened to them. We don't know if Meteon's gone forever or if Xenos is still alive. I suspect Meteon might be gone, but Xenos might still be around. He might be somewhere out there. Somewhere out there. So here's what I think is going to happen. I think in one of the future expansions, they're going to go to another planet. They're going to go to another world, just like Shadowbringers. And they're going to find Xenos there. I think that's what's going to happen. Meaning he somehow, like, ended up in some other world. I think Meteon's out of the story, though. The one thing I will say is the Kairos thing is a mystery, and they never really expanded on that. All throughout the post-Endwalker story, they never did anything about it. Couriers and cleaners are clearing away the wrecks of vehicles and soldiers as the first step to getting things back to normal. It pains me that the people were made to suffer even more after so much hardship and tragedy, but you and yours saved many lives. I cannot thank you enough. Malachite and his fellows are tending to the deceased. His trauma must make the work difficult, but he's determined to do what he can. It's been a trying day, but it seems the worst is behind us. What's the situation out there now? Well, it was like this. You've moved quickly to restore things to normal, thank you. Yet while disarming the soldiers is indeed prudent, it is a far from comprehensive measure when vehicles can be commandeered to inflict damage and sow chaos. For the time being, I'll set our people to keep a close watch on machines. I also have a mind to consult the authorities about enlisting hunters to our aid. I must regain my proficiency in magic. To that end, I shall seek advice from Y'shtola and Alize. Among the books we recovered from the castle was a grimoire I once used. I hope to learn to wield it again at everyone's side. As for the key, I think it best that it remains in your care, though it means you will bear the greatest risk. In order to ease your burden, I shall endeavor to become a capable warrior and make Otis and Zelenia proud. Alright, we are at the end. $27 of these. I guess we'll get this one. Alright. Final cutscene.
By illness weakened, by wounds unmade, by age decayed. Such fragile flesh is worthless to us. How mankind should evolve, shall evolve. I have already arrived at the answer. The time is come to pose a new question.
Alright. And that is the end of Seekers of Eternity. So I may have not been able to do any of patch 7.3. I was foolish to think that I'd be able to do both of them in one sitting, but no. So it looks like it took 4 hours. I think 40 minutes or so was talking to the chat. So it took 4 hours to get through it. I had to do minimal stuff to do work on gear level, but I managed to pull it off. But we'll be back next time with 7.3. 7.3 will conclude the Dawntrail story. Because, well, I don't know. I shouldn't say that because I think Endwalker's post story went all the way. Yeah, I shouldn't say that. Although, the 0.5 did set up for the final one. I need to do a recap of Endwalker because I don't remember this last one here. So Shadowbringers was what, 1, 2, 3. Well, yeah. All I remember is the 0.3 patch of Shadowbringers had La Habrea as the final boss and Warrior of Light. That was the end. That was the end of the Shadowbringers story. And then everything after that, the 0.4 and the 0.5 patch set up the story for Endwalker. And that's typically how they always do it. So I think, I'm trying to remember if Endwalker, I think 0.5, hold on. Review patch 6.55, let's see. Patch 6.55, they had a 0.55. 0.55 had like 3 quests. So what about 6.5? 6.5 had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's hard to say. Endwalker, maybe they're gonna do things differently, but I'll know once I finish 7.3 if the Dawntrail story's done. I think this thing is done though. Like after 7.3, the whole Alexandria arc, this will be done. You finished the Capcom one way back on Game Pass? Okay, well, that's cool. Yeah, well, I'm gonna have to do the raid off stream. I'm gonna have to do this cruiser. I can actually queue up for it now, but yeah, that's what I'll have to do off stream, and then I guess I'll stream 7.3 story. That'll be like the next gaming focus stream later this week. But yeah, I gotta do Cruiserweight off stream to get some gear. See if it's once a week. It probably isn't because we're in the new patch, but we'll see. And then try to raise item level to whatever. Let me see. Because I won't be able to do the next dungeon. I know that. This is 705. So that means it went 705. It went up from 690 to 705. Which means the next one, you add 15 to that. That puts you at 720. So I need to be at 720. I need to go up 5 more item levels. If I want to complete this 7.3, I need to be at 720 minimum. And I'm at 715. So I have to gain 5 more item levels, which means I have to mess with gear again. I have to replace these 710s that I literally just got with 720s. And a mix of 720 and 740. Because 740 is what you get from the raid. So most people that were playing back in March would already have item level 740 would be like the average right now. So I'm like so behind because you can see I'm like 715. That's like, wow. I struggle to just get to scrape by. Meanwhile, most players that are logging in now have been at like 740 since the end of March of this year. Or, well, March was when it came out, so probably like April, around the time of like Expedition 33, people were hitting like 740 as their average item level. So I'm like way behind. But yeah, the minimum number is gonna be like 720 to complete the new content, the new story content, which I have to do. So which literally came out today. So today, as of today, 7.3 is out. So I'm getting there. Like I'm doing pretty good, I would say, for someone who hasn't played this game for like a year. Just got back in, and it's like I'm like still behind, but you know, whatever. That's expected considering how long I've been away from this game. But anyway, that's gonna be it for this stream. We did 7.2 in literally one sitting, so no big deal. 7.3 is gonna be harder though. I'm gonna have to do the 8-man raid, do all of that, and farm that for a while to get caught up, to get like 740 gear. But anyway, that shouldn't take too long. That's like, you know, whatever. That's like 2 hours of farming or whatever tomorrow evening. Maybe I'll do that live. I don't know. We'll see. But anyway, guys, that's gonna be it for this stream. Thanks for tuning in, and I will see you guys. If I don't see you guys tomorrow, I will see you on the next episode of Tech Thursdays. Until then, take care, and I will see you then. Thanks.